Here's the thing, is I told you I'm big on honesty, right? So she's got a bunch of drugs on her and in the car.
I have no idea.
I'm telling you. I'm not asking. I'm not seeing what you know and stuff like that. I'm telling you what we found. She's got a bunch of drugs. She's got stuff that she can't have, and then you are driving this chick around. Here's the thing, I told you I'm big on honesty, right? So
I have no idea. I promise you.
Officers placed the couple under arrest and put them inside the cruiser to be transported to jail. Watch how Nicario sneakily plants evidence on his girlfriend.
It's crazy.
Big on honesty, right? So she's got a bunch of drugs on her and in the car.
I have no idea.
I'm telling you. I'm not asking. I'm not seeing what you know and stuff like that. I'm telling you what we found. She's got a bunch of drugs. She's got stuff that she can't have, and then you are driving this chick around.
I'm just dropping
and
her off.
I know, but you can be charged with everything that she has too.
I have no idea. I promise you.
Officers placed the couple under arrest and put them inside the cruiser to be transported to jail. Watch how Nicario sneakily plants evidence on his girlfriend.
It's crazy. That's crazy, man.
You said you threw me under the bus, bro.
Man, come on, man. Throw you under the bus. You know you got it from Janine. Don't do that, man. Come on, man. That's crazy. You're telling the f***ing lie. You know you got it from Janine.
Yeah. Yo, he said, throw you under the bus. You know you got it from Janine. That is called throwing you under the bus. Oh my God, yo. Oh my God, the life of crime. Please. Please, man. If you can resist. If you can resist. Now, alcohol, you know, they compare alcohol to drugs. And they say, well, they compare alcohol to marijuana. And they say, well, alcohol, there's more deaths, you know, that come from alcohol, more, car accidents that leads to death through alcohol compared to marijuana. Then alcohol damage your body, put you in dialysis. All these things are true. Strokes, all type of shit. But one thing alcohol don't do that marijuana, if you're fooling with either one, the one thing alcohol don't do that marijuana would do, but have you doing, is snitching. If there's one argument, marijuana versus alcohol, that alcohol users can make on their own that stands, they can say, well, you know what? No, okay, you're right. All what you said is true. But the one thing alcohol does not do that marijuana can do is make you a snitch. Ain't nobody snitching talking about, yeah, that's his beer. That's his open container. It's not that serious. It's a ticket. Okay. But that marijuana, man, depending on the circumstance, how much is there? Like even like 6 open cans of alcohol, it's still tickets. You're not going to jail. But that damn marijuana though, certain amount of quantity of that thing right there, you out of there. All right, so he said from the door, she said, you try to throw me under the bus. He said, I ain't trying to throw you under the bus. You know I got it. You know you got it from Janine. So basically, he knows that she's going to say, so she's caught with a large sum of drugs, but she got it from him, allegedly. She got it from him. Wink, wink. Allegedly. I got to say allegedly, but she got it from him. Allegedly. So he's trying to be cool and, have her say she got it somewhere else. So basically, he's trying to say you got to hold, what you were caught with. But don't say I gave it to you and take me down with you. Now, by the way, I don't know how she's going to, well, I was going to say I don't know how she's going to prove that because anybody can say I got it from him, but no, she's going to be able to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in the conversation with him. Even though he denied it the entire way, she found a way to clearly prove that he gave her the meth, the crack, the coke, all the pills. She got one. You'll hear it in this sit down. You'll hear her definitely disclose how she know for a fact, how she can prove for a fact that old boy gave her the product. So before I get to my show, I thought I'd play this. This is kind of funny. But this is what snitching, I mean, listen, don't get involved in drugs. Don't even do marijuana. Do none of this stuff. Because this is what you're going to find yourself in sometimes.
I didn't get nothing.
Tell them what you got from her.
I didn't get nothing
Donnie.
from Janine.
Come on, what you gave Janine?
I didn't get
So you
nothing.
gonna lie about
I
it?
gave you $150.
Come on, you telling the fucking lie. Don't tell them.
So she said, I gave you $150 for the drugs. And he keep trying to say, now you got it from Janine. Now Janine is his aunt. That's crazy. Janine's not some, dude, you could just make up a name. You ain't got to give a real name. You can say you got it from Tony. A lot of street cats got fake aliases. The officers know that. But you don't got to, he put his aunt in the line of fire, which is weird. Yeah, and he's lying. So of course she's gonna say, I didn't get it from Janine, I got it from you. So that's weird to throw Janine's name in there, because being that she's a real person, she can actually come down and testify, hey, with the white girl, hey, I didn't give him nothing. And then you're out of it. Because she can say, I didn't do it. You gave a real name, all she gotta do is say I didn't do it. Which most likely she didn't.
Like lying.
That's crazy.
Nobody knew nothing a minute ago.
That's crazy, man. Come on, man.
Yo, please, FBA-DOS, please, my freedmen. We all the same, just different ways to identify each other, but it's all fitting and they're all exclusive. Please, man, get away from marijuana, get off all these swallowing pills, smoking, all that stuff, man. This is what a lot of us end up doing. It leads to this too often. You might have got lucky, but most of us, too many of us go down this path right here. Look at this dude, guilty face. He's reaching for something in his pants. Look. Look at this.
Nobody knew nothing a minute ago.
That's crazy, man. Come on, man.
He said you
Now,
put everything.
dudes like him, they're not street guys. Like, they end up hurt or worse, deleted. Like, these guys cannot be in the streets. Like, he just got a drug habit. And, as a result, he's into selling drugs to keep his habit. But these guys are not street guys. Whoever's selling him products should be ashamed, man. Like, you're selling he's not street at all, so he's definitely gonna tell. He's telling on his escort girlfriend.
Everything on me.
I put that's come on, man. Crazy.
Nobody knew nothing a minute ago.
That's crazy, man. Come on, man.
He said you put everything on me.
I put that's come on, man. Make it make sense, man. Come on, man.
I'm making perfect sense. He said you put everything on me, throwing me under the bus. So yeah, I told him the truth.
Why would I throw you under the bus? Make it make sense.
I guess to keep yourself out of jail.
Come on, man. You should go first. Be honest. Just tell him where you get it from, bro. Come on,
I did
bro.
tell him where I got it from.
You got that shit from Janine.
Okay, so in fairness, if I'm speaking to the drug gang, if he sold her the drugs and they get caught, why does she feel like she got to tell it on him? I don't understand. I don't know how that works, but that tells you that she was never rocking with him. She probably doing this because of a piece of trash guy he is, and she knew that. And maybe, they're riding at nighttime with all these drugs on them, and she probably was questioning, why are we even driving in this car with all these drugs? So I see why she could be frustrated. Like, okay, you're selling me all these drugs. Why are we riding on main streets? Why are we riding this late at night? Is there another way? Like, why are we so exposed, right? So they get pulled over. So I ain't gonna lie, I'll be pissed too. If I was a crackhead and I bought all these drugs, I'm like, yo, nah, no. And I got it. I could whip.
I didn't get anything from Janine.
You just f***ed my life up.
I didn't. You did that to yourself.
Just f***ed my life up, dog. All because you couldn't be straight up and because you got caught.
You still living at 8th Street?
That part is true.
Because I got caught.
Yes, because you got caught. Come on, man.
Nicario, what's your
Okay, so
phone
what'd you do
number?
with the rest of it?
I don't even know my phone number.
Okay.
Man.
Admittance to your own faults then.
What you mean? I ain't say you did anything. They found the shit in your bag and they just said that it was yours. But you
Right.
throw me under the bus, tell them I gave it to you. That's a lie. Come on, don't do that,
No,
man.
it's not.
Come on, man, don't do that, man.
Okay, well, it's so much of a lie that I handed you $150 at Janine's, right?
You telling the fucking you
No,
hit
I'm
it to
not.
Janine.
No,
you
I
hit
didn't.
it to Janine.
I handed it straight to you.
Come on, man.
I had no money to hand Janine because she didn't have anything. You ain't fixing to f my life up because you can't admit your wrongs.
She said, "You ain't fixing to mess my life up, ma'am. They found the drugs on you. You messed your life up. What does he got?" Listen, there's no honor amongst thieves. So he's like, "Yo, yes, like how am I messing your life up? They found the drugs on you. You messed your life up. I didn't say, hey, check her. There's that mosquito right there. I need to get that mosquito. Did I get him? Hell no. Damn, I missed him. Missed him again. That damn mosquito, man. He got me one time. I got this spray, but we got like a wasp issue over here, so I don't want to waste a wasp spray. Wasp spray costs mad money. So I could take him out with the wasp spray, but it ain't that serious. You know, these wasps big as hell, so ain't that serious. I missed him. But go lay down. Go lay down. So what he's saying is, if that mosquito go, where that mosquito? God, get that thing disappear to goddamn thin air. Go lay down. Dang, that mosquito disappeared in the thin air, bro. I see it. I go to get him, and he's gone. Yeah, but man, you messed your life up. He didn't snitch on her. There it is. I got him. 3 times the charm. Okay, so in fairness to the criminal on the right, the guy, he never snitched on her. She just was caught. They were in a car, you know, drugs on her. She got caught and she diamond him out as the dealer.
I'm trying to fuck your life up.
The look you just gave me? You're trying to make me take blame.
I'm not trying to make you
Yes,
take blame
it
for
is.
shit.
You just looked at me as if you wanted me to take admittance to everything, and I'm not doing it. That and fuck you.
Come on.
No, don't come on me. Do not come on me.
Come on, now you really putting on, man. You really putting on,
I have
man.
nothing to put on but the fucking truth.
You putting on, man. You putting on, man.
No, I'm not.
You putting on, for real.
Okay, give me a lie detector. How about that then?
That's impermissible in court of law, man. You putting
No.
Yeah.
It's not. And it's not.
Ricardo, I mean, listen, I'm not trying to give advice to criminal activity, but for those that's involved in it, I said get out immediately. And yes, fortunately, when you involve the women, they got more to lose. They got kids, you know, most likely they got kids. Yes. To do Big U, when I seen who was indicted with him, there was a woman. I'm like, dude, you know she's going to turn. Because a lot of men don't have kids. Or if they do have kids, they're not involved in their life. Like, we know that. We know men, you know, black men, that they usually disappear when a kid is born, right? They disappear for whatever reason, doesn't matter. Like, they're gone. So they don't look at that. They don't consider that when they're about to get locked up. Like, that's not an incentive to snitch. But the women, they're most likely mothers. They're most likely the main caretaker. So she's looking at her kids like, damn, the dude ain't gonna do that because he's never there. He's not there anyway. Hey, peace, Red Planet. So women. So I agree with Ricardo. So women, they don't think about their family, man. Like, first of all, get out of drug activity. Get out of illegal activity. Period. Take your ass to Walmart or, you know, pick up litter. Do it. I mean, just get an honest amount of money, man. Just get an honest job and just make it do what it do. Be great at it and have entrepreneurial dreams or side hustle dreams. You dig? Where you doing that plus something side hustle that's worth something. You dig? Worth any type of money. But this criminal activity, it always ends like this. Look at Big U. All this big crip, you know, track 60 rolling crip shit he got going on. He feel like a big man. He got Shaq donating. He got this person donating. He got some props. Yeah, but dude, it's just a matter of time, man. And they will wait 10 years to make it a RICO. So from when I researched this some years ago, for a RICO, to be charged with a RICO, they have to show like 10 years of activity. Conspiracy got to be also some years, but RICO for sure, like 10 years of you doing the same crime. And you could take breaks. You don't got to be doing it for 10 years, just 10 years of activity. So let's say in 2025, you did some crazy stuff. And in 2030, you go back and do it again. And then 31, then 33, then 35. That's 10 years. Now they got a RICO. You dig? So, I mean, I don't know what the short game, and he's not even Big U. They said he ended up embezzling like $100,000. This wasn't like 100 million. The dude was fairly broke. He had no real money. This dude about to do life and more, and didn't even like reap the luxurious life behind it. Just a failed fool. Where Nate Turner, she's definitely doing that. And look, Ricardo said, know this too. Just tell her she'll do 20 years for a parking ticket. She'll tell, yeah, I'm telling you, man. And she's definitely using her whiteness. So she got a couple things going for her. Trust me. I didn't read Michelle Alexander book, The News and Co. I got it. I watched most of her lectures. The drug user is going to get less time because they are a drug user. They're not distributing the drugs. It's all for personal use. The person who's distributing drugs, they're going to be the bigger threat to society. You know, just imagine if you delete yourself. You're not a threat to society. You're a threat to yourself. But if you're deleting other people, you are the bigger threat. So if you're distributing drugs to different people, you are the biggest threat, the bigger threat to society, as opposed to somebody who uses it for personal use. Right? So she has drugs to use. He's selling the drugs. So yes, he's gonna get the bigger charge, the bigger sentence. And then she's already cooperating. Like they're not even in an interrogation room. She's already cooperating. So man, like I don't understand this lifestyle. It's an L. It's an L, man. You don't get out of this. It's like a 1% chance, 2% chance you take this risk and get out of it unscathed, like or barely scathed. It's just not worth it. Now look at the snitching she does voluntarily, which I don't blame her, because there's no honor amongst thieves. That's why I personally, Ricardo, Donnie, Red Planet, Nate, I hang around people who are thorough. You know, you don't need to be rich. You don't need to, be the ideal person. Just as long as you're thorough, have integrity, have morals, you are the people I would hang around with in real life. I do not hang anybody in real life I'm with. Trust me, they're thorough. They're thorough up and down. They're a family man. They're a family woman. You dig? Everybody who I rock with in real life, like Focus. Phil, I know Focus in real life. Okay, he's a family man. He's thorough. I can vouch for him. So anybody who I know in real life, believe me, they are thorough. They're upstanding, and their community respect them. Their peers respect them. I don't hang around anybody who's suspect. You will be my friend from a distance. I have a high standard when it comes to friends. I don't rock with no deadbeat dads. You did. I don't rock with no women beaters. Nah, dude. Drug dealers, yo. Like I said, I'll talk to you in the basketball court, in the barbershop, but that's it. That's it. I have a high standard for who I keep around me, because it keeps me honest. It keeps me on my P's and Q's as well. It keeps me with a high standard of integrity and all those things. And I'm telling y'all do the same thing. It's going to keep you sharp. And that's why I'm unbiased, because of my standards in life. Like, I will not hang around. I don't care how cool you are. If you went to some bullshit, I'm good. Another mosquito. Oh my God. I got it. I got this. I got it so fast. I got that mosquito. Yeah, this is the most mosquitoes I've ever seen here. in this state. But I got him first try. All right, so let's go on with the video. Yo, this might be a long night. This might be some 3 a.m., 4 a.m. shit. I got so many videos to go over. But this one I want to do for like humor, entertainment, but also a learning lesson. Okay? Because this doesn't pay, man. This life doesn't pay. This is a scamming, disintegrity, disingenuous life. Immoral. You never know who's really real and who's fake. You don't know, because everybody got a price, and the price is their freedom. It's like, I rock with you, I'm thorough with you, and the most, I'll do 5 years for you, but that's it. If they offer me 7 years, I'm snitching. You did. Everybody got a price in this lifestyle, this life of crime, and the price is the time. Time you're gonna be behind prison. Some folks like, nah, man, I'll do 10 years. I don't give a damn. I'm a no good Negro anyway. But some folks are like, I'll do 10, that's it. They offer me 11, I'm snitching. And that's his lifestyle. Who's just gonna voluntarily throw themselves in prison for 30 years while you go free? Like, dude, make that make sense, man.
Oh, you putting on.
Trying to throw Janine under the bus. How about that? And you said you're throwing me under the bus? No.
What you mean? Come on, man. Make
No.
It make sense, man.
You're telling me that I got it from Janine? No, I didn't.
Where'd you get it from?
You.
Okay, now you telling the lie.
I have nothing to lie about, bro.
I got it from you.
Why would I? No.
That's the same trick everybody fall for.
No.
Why would I tell them?
You just sat here with him in the car telling me that I got it from Janine to admit it. I didn't get nothing from Janine.
I didn't tell them that. Listen.
You just said it, right? Here's a camera, bruh.
Listen, I don't care about that.
Okay, well, tell the damn truth.
You tell the truth.
I am. You.
That's crazy. And you still gonna fucking lie.
I'm not lying.
Try to fuck my life up.
I'm not lying. I just pray that you get through this and you admit your wrongs.
On some real shit, I pray.
I pray you do too, and you need to admit your own wrongs. Take responsibility to your actions. Because I took responsibility to mine.
Right.
What was yours?
What was in my bag?
So what was on?
A family. I know it's easier than said, you got to be in a situation. But let me just tell you, he met her off Backpage. She's an escort. Now, she's the least attractive at all. I can imagine what she's charging. And he's like a fair, decent looking dude. But somehow, this beat up heroin addict, meth user on Backpage, he hooked up with her. You dig? So this is his Backpage boo. Okay, I don't know how this happened. Okay, so I'm telling you, the dude is no way she can prove that he gave it to her. Look at what he can say. His defense attorney. Listen, man. The defense can say, "Hey, jury, because they found them late at nighttime. She got drugs on her, right? They can ask her how long she's taking drugs way before she met him, and she offers SEX on Backpage. So his defense lawyer can easily say, "Hey, my client had picked her up for a night of SEX. That's it. He don't use drugs. He don't sell drugs. She had the drugs on her because that's her lifestyle. She get caught in the car with him. That's just unfortunate. But that's her property. So hold the person responsible for their property. That's not what he does. He only wanted SEX. He met her through there, and this is a regular routine hookup. Okay, and I don't believe that he'll be guilty of, because they found it on her. That's her saying he did it, right? Saying he gave her drugs. There's no way to prove that, unless you got phone, text message, things like that. But so this wouldn't fly, and with a decent lawyer, not really even an expensive lawyer, $2,500, $5,000 lawyer, you're not getting charged with those drugs that was found on her. Again, I'm hooking up with her for car SEX. That's it. And she would have to admit they had SEX before from Backpage, and okay. So how you got your drugs, that's on you. We get stopped for whatever reason. You're trying to reduce your time by pinning on me. And I can't, that if I was a lawyer, it's that easy. But she has a secret that she's going to reveal, same day piece. She has a secret she's going to reveal in the midst of their conversation where his defense attorney can no longer have that defense for him. Listen.
On me.
What were we just going to go get rid of for you to get
Come
your
on, man, make it make
$1,800?
sense.
I did make it make sense. I did.
It can make sense.
I
Oh,
did.
now you telling the fucking lie.
I
I
have
don't got
nothing to
nowhere
lie
near
about.
$1,800. So how much money was I
You
going
said
to
quicker
go
I
get?
get $1,800, quicker I can get out of town. You helping me get out of town. You helping me get out of town. Okay. Okay.
It's crazy.
Right.
Now the only way without, because she's going to reveal some evidence that he ain't going to be able to get out of later in this conversation. Okay. So the only way that they could pin him on this stuff is through an interrogation. That's why he's supposed to say, no, I'm good. No interrogation. Just book me, process me, and give me a court date. Give me a bond. But she's going to drop something in this conversation that's groundbreaking, and it really is groundbreaking. And there's no, his defense lawyer is just no, at that point, useless.
Guess what?
What?
Everybody going down.
Why? Because guess what? You the one that...
I ain't gonna lie though. In the street game, I ain't gonna lie. She is way more thorough than him. He just said, guess what? She said, what? He said, everybody going down. She said, why? She didn't say, okay, yeah, do what you gotta do. She said, why? So she is protecting. She's willing to protect other people for not being involved. Okay, so even though she's snitching on him, she's not a snitch. She just don't F with him because he's probably, as you're gonna see, he's probably a deadbeat guy, a no good dude who just got product that she needs. But it's gonna be very clear that she just don't rock with him. But everybody else in this underground world, she got some type of loyalty to. So he said, guess what? She said, what? He said, everybody's going down. She said, why? So that's clear that she's like, why you want to take everybody down? Like, because we got caught. Like, let us do our time and everybody, you can leave everybody else alone. So she, in this street game, she's way more thorough, way more on code in the street game than this clown. And guys like him do not live long, unfortunately, in these streets.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Right.
Guess what?
What?
Everybody going down.
Why? Because guess what? You the one that mentioned Janine's name.
He asked me where I came from. I told him I picked you up from my Auntie Janine's house. I just met you.
And now you said in front of him and on camera that I got something from her when I didn't.
Yeah, he did say that. Yeah, so he really started all this. This could have went a different way. No, I'm lying. No, because of her groundbreaking information that she had that she's going to drop on him. This was never going to go a different way. So it didn't matter if he mentioned Janine's name or if he did. She got some information for him that he's just done. Okay, and she's going to be let go, probably with no charges at all, and you'll see why. And you could just guess. But he was still wrong for mentioning names. If you're in the street game, you're just wrong. Just naming names. That's just wrong in the street game. Commando, Spawn, peace.
What you mean?
You just said to tell the truth that I got it from Janine. That's not the truth.
All right, so Commando, you coming in? You probably new to this channel because you don't got a wrench. This is not part of the show. This is just some entertainment, but it's a learning lesson in this drug bust, as you can say.
I've done nothing but be honest.
You telling the lie?
No, I'm not.
So you ain't go.
You can't be honest in the street game, Mom. You gotta lie. Being honest is not the way to go in the street game.
Be honest and tell the truth that half the money was yours?
Half the money's not mine.
Oh my God.
Some shit on me like that? I wish I had half that money, bruh.
That's crazy.
No, what's crazy is how you're sitting here talking shit.
Listen.
You ain't got nothing but shit coming out your mouth.
Hold on. You don't take care of your back page clients? Your
I do.
Escort clients?
I sure the...
Okay, you see what he's doing? This is dangerous. This is dangerous. I watched this because this is humorous to me. She is thorough in the streets. I can tell people rock with her in the streets. He's the guy people don't really rock with. So now he just snitched about her back page escort, thing. So he's the one, all he has been doing is snitching on everybody ever since they've been caught. Now, none of this information is going to free him. He's still going to do the time, if he's going to do time, which he is. Nothing that he's given up for free is going to free him. Because he doesn't know the whole time he was the target. You'll see. Okay. So now he's mentioning her back page business that, believe me, the police officers don't give one damn about. Police officers don't care about any escort, nothing. That's something like detectives and other folks might be interested in, but that's not what they're into. They're into drug selling, drug dealing, murders, gang. They really don't give a damn. Only neighborhoods that don't have much action be focused on that. They don't give a damn about that. Okay. I lived in Newark. That's all it is in Newark. And nobody get busted, no raids, nothing. They focus on the more serious car stealing, all that folks and fighting and gang stuff. They not doing no damn drug busting, prostitution. So he's just he's just completely snitching for no reason. He's just salty that he's in the car with her, but he's gonna find out. He's gonna find out. So he's snitching on her for no reason, but watch what she got on him. That she's gonna, okay, so your back page and your clients, and she's admitting everything. Listen, she's not going to jail.
Half that money,
crazy.
bruh.
That's crazy.
No, what's crazy
Now you
is
talk
how
about
you're
two
sitting
ways.
here talking shit.
Listen.
You ain't got nothing but shit coming out your mouth.
So hold on. You don't take care of your back page clients? Your
I do.
escort clients?
I sure the f do. I fuck them. They pay me.
And what else?
And
what else? You don't get heroin for them?
no, I don't do heroin.
Oh my God.
I've never got heroin for anybody.
No, you're a liar.
No, I'm not. I've gotten coke from them, and I've gotten crack from them.
You can't help it. You can't help it.
I can't help it.
You're a compulsive liar.
No, I'm not.
You is a.
My phone's tapped, motherfucker.
So what that mean?
So?
You heard her right. She said, "My phone is tapped, mother effer." So, like I said, that's why I said no defense attorney can help him. Her phone is tapped. Everything he did for her and said and confessed to is all voluntarily. He gave it up over the wire. Okay, so he's done. The only thing an attorney can do for him, he could pay them to tell him to plead. Hey man, cop a plea. Take the first thing they give you. You could pay me. I can advise that. You ain't gotta get no attorney for that. Give me $500. I can tell you, bro. Take the first plea they give you. They got this dude on tape, confessing and voluntarily getting drugs, confessing to criminal activity. He's done. He's going to spend a long time in prison.
Crack from him.
You can't help it.
I've gotten coke from him, for him, and I've gotten crack from him.
You can't help it. You can't help it.
I can't help it.
You're a compulsive liar.
No, I'm not.
You is a.
My phone's tapped, motherfucker.
So what that mean?
So?
He said, "What that
Every
mean?"
damn phone call we've had, they got it.
I wouldn't give a.
You better, because you're the one who talking about all the, okay, well, I'll be there. I'll be there.
You two are beheaded,
So
correct?
full of shit.
No. Telling me I'm a compulsive liar when I've done nothing but tell you the truth.
Okay.
No, it's not a misunderstanding. You're trying to fucking put everything on me, telling me half the money's mine.
Hey, yo, this was genius for the officer. The officers don't normally put two suspects in the same car. This was genius, but smart cops do this. Smart cops put them in the car, knowing the cameras rolling and audio. Smart cops do this. Dumb cops just lock you up and be all happy they got somebody in custody. Smart cops put you in the same car, and they record you while you try to get your story straight and get all your confessions. Okay, so this was genius because he flipped on her, she flipped on him. And now she revealed my phone is tapped, you fool. And that's how much you don't respect him. That's how much you don't respect him, dude. My phone's tapped. I'm going to admit, I'm an informant. So what? And you know he's calm, but he wish he had something in his hand to delete it. I'm telling you, if he had access to something, an extendo, there's no doubt after that confession, she's out of there. But he's in handcuffs. What can he do?
Bullshit. You are so full of fucking shit. You're, guess what? It's real fucked up when you're gonna sit there and tell me that half the fucking money's mine. You're a goddamn liar.
So
I wish I had that fucking money. I'd pay the rest of my bond off if I had that much money.
You telling me you don't get heroin from Janine?
No, I don't. I don't do heroin.
Now you telling the fucking lie.
No, I'm not.
Everything gonna come out.
You're right, everything's gonna come out. When we go to jail and they fucking drug test me and not a goddamn lick of heroin's in my system, I don't get heroin from anybody for anybody.
That's crazy.
No, you're a goddamn lunatic tick calling me a compulsive liar.
All right, so I'm gonna get to the end of it. The end is gonna end with a bang. Look at this.
Please pull the camera.
Just shut up.
Oh no, you missed the best part. Okay, so here's the best part. I almost skipped. I almost missed it. Okay, so here's the best part. You see it says most replayed right here. This dude tried to be real slick.
Oh my God.
You're making shit up now. That's the funny part. You are. Right. You're making shit up to make it look worse on me for the simple fact that you are hemmed up too. Because why? Why? Take responsibility for your own action.
I'm already going to jail.
Then quit putting shit on me.
How I'm putting shit on you? You telling the fucking lie.
No, I'm not. You're throwing names out there like you're some kind of fucking damn snitch, bitch.
Call me what you want.
Yeah, when a white woman call you a snitch, you are a snitch.
Call me what the fuck you want.
All right, I need to come in for a second.
Lying. Oh, look, she just pulled the truck out. No. She just pulled some shit out.
There's a camera right here.
She just put, okay, check the camera. Check the camera.
Yeah, he just took out a big bag of drugs and threw it on her side. Look at this right here. You can't make this stuff up, man. Yeah, when you thought they were going to be done just talking trash, he pulls out a big stash from his sack and threw it to her side.
Call me what the fuck you want.
All right, I need to come in for a second.
Lying. Oh, look, she just pulled the truck out. No. She just pulled some shit out.
There's a camera right here.
She just put, okay, check the camera. Check the camera. Check the fucking camera.
You will fucking camera. It's right there.
Check the camera.
It's right there.
I'm gonna throw some of my hands in behind my back.
I wonder, because you've been digging, yes.
Lie.
Get me out of the car.
Look, now you trying to do the most.
Get me out of the car.
Now you doing the most.
He just threw shit over your head.
No, I just see you pulling out your foot.
He just threw shit. He threw drugs at me.
He's a fucking liar.
Shut
the camera. It's a camera.
He just threw, there's a camera right there. He just threw it right past my face.
It's a camera. It's a fucking camera.
Oh, you son of a goddamn whore. Get that fucking shit away from me, man.
It's a camera. You gonna see?
Get me out of the car.
Now you're doing the most.
Now you're doing the most. All right, so look how it ended. Yo, she ended like a G. She ended up calling him a snitch. Yo, look at this.
No, just like he slung his head over your tail. You ain't nothing but a snitching ass, whore ass, goddamn conniving liar.
Yo, she said you ain't nothing but a snitch. Oh my God, yo, that was a great ending to this right here.
Get out of here.
He was a fucking liar.
I know, just like he slung his head over your tail. You ain't nothing but a snitching ass, whore ass, goddamn conniving liar. You are.
Put him in your car.
He said, I ain't snitch.
Please pull that camera.
Yeah, I will.
Hey, it's easy. Listen, man. The best thing he can do for himself is stay locked up. As many names he dropped on this, she's white. So you know what I mean? Like they probably won't serve her. They probably will, but they ain't taking her number because her phone's tapped. Okay, but this chick was on Backpage, and these guys like her is soliciting her for sex. All right, so I found this funny, so that's why I played this right here. Okay, so it's about to get real now. It's about to get real. Yeah, right, Ricardo. Oh my God, yo, listen, man. I just can't, right? If I'm gonna be snitched on, it's gonna be by somebody black. You must believe that. This guy, oh my God. What's his name? Orlando. See, I don't like body cam because they don't give names. But again, this is all of these crimes I got on here, they're all from Florida. Okay, so when they're from Florida, we don't know if he's black American, if he's black Jamaican, if he's black Haitian, black Cuban. We don't know what the hell he is. Did they get okay? So all right, so they got his name right here, Nicario Laron Corner. Now that name doesn't sound like FBA-DOS at all. All right, so contraband found. Which all right, so let me do some research on this name. I'm gonna go to social media, Facebook, Instagram, and if that don't work, I'm gonna go to the origins of this name. I gotta know if this dude is if he's FBA or if he's like a black immigrant. I gotta know because that's important. I'll explain in a second why. By the way, I do have a phone number and link if anybody wanna join me. Okay. All right. Let me check Facebook first. He looks young. I don't think he's on Facebook. Yeah, there's nobody with that name. Let me see. Let me check Instagram. Oh boy. Yeah, that name doesn't seem FBA-ish at all. But that's from the surface. That's not an FBA name. Okay, so nothing comes up. Okay, so now let me go ahead and look at the origins of this name. His name is Nicario. That could be some hood FBA name, Florida, but let's see. Let's see. Right, yo. The way he moved, it wasn't FBA-ish. So okay, mostly yeah, he's Spanish. He's Spanish. He is Spanish. Okay. I'm looking at it. This is a Spanish name. Yep. Okay. So let me just look at his last name. So now I did his first name. Let me do his middle and last name. But so far, the first name comes back as Spanish. Yeah, because I'm telling you, he wasn't operating FBA because SBA, they know that's a life, that's a death sentence. The way he was just name dropping, and he's in the streets of Florida, at all places. Okay, so all right, so his middle name. His middle name, I don't know. It's not clear. It's not. His middle name is Laron. So right there, that doesn't give us any insight because it's not clear. His last name is Comer. This is coming across more. I mean, it's not clear exactly by the names we got. It's not clear exactly, to be honest, but it's given. It's not given like black immigrant. It's given Hispanic, Cuban, or some Hispanic. It's given that. So let me. It is given Hispanic, and the reason why it's important to me, a piece first eye. The reason why it's important to me and you guys, it's important to you guys as well, because we don't want these folks to contribute to black crimes, because black crimes got a crazy ass stat. And when you say black crime, even though there's other black people in the country, black crime people only think about black Americans. They don't think about black immigrants at all. Come. Get your yogurt. Come, get your yogurt. Okay. Okay. So let me pull this back up. All right. Now, come. So this is going to be a viewer discretion advised. You're about to see somebody who looks real beat. Well, he got beat up bad. All right. He got beat up really, really bad. And he's calling for his homies. He's like, dude, your homies can't do anything for you. Come. Get yogurt. Come. Okay. Look at this guy. So he got beat up bad. And he's asking for his homies. Like, dude, the homies can't restructure your face, bro. Unless your homies are doctors.
They got me, cuz. They got me, cuz. Where the homies at? I'm right here at Counter Swap Meet. Right here, Long Beach Bulldog. Where the homies at? Pull up right now. Crip, we sell niggas got me, cuz. Come get me right now. They homies. They got me, cuz. They got me, cuz. Where the homies at? I'm right here at Counter Swap Meet. Right here, Long Beach Bulldog. Where the homies at? Pull up right now. Crip, we sell niggas got me, cuz. Come get me right now. They homies. They got me, cuz.
He talking about dead homies. Dude, you look like a dead homie. Come. He looks like a dead homie talking about on my dead homies. Like, nigga, you are a dead homie. You are a dead homie. My bad for saying the N-word. But dude, you are a dead homie. You dig? You the closest thing to dead. Talking about on dead homies. Dude, look crazy talking about on dead homies. Oh, you can't. No, why you can't? No, come, you know, go to the bathroom. How you do that? No. Come on. How you do that? No pee. Don't go to pee in there. Come on the dead homies. Dude, you are a dead homie. They probably look better than you right now. That dude look crazy. Talking about on dead homies. Peace, Jay. Moon Eyes. Look at this dude. Yo, listen, man. Yo, this life ain't it, man. That means you can never be caught slip. You gotta always be with your crew. Look at this dude's face.
Ese es el A2. Got me, cuz. Sí. Where the homies at? I'm right here at Counter Swap Meet. Right here, Long Beach, where the homies at? Pull up right now. Crip, we sell niggas got me, cuz. Come get me right now. They're homies. Crip, they got me, cuz. Ese es el A2. Got me, cuz. Sí. Where the homies at? I'm right here at Counter Swap Meet. Right here, Long Beach, where the homies at? Pull up right now. Crip, we sell niggas got me, cuz. Come get me right now. They're homies.
Hey, yo, why would you voluntarily put yourself out there looking like that? Now, all of his ops gonna be reposting on this. This is the meme of the year. Yo, this got 69K views already, and it's just gonna go up. He got lumps on lumps. Yeah, he's talking about dead. He's talking about my dead homie. Dude, you basically a dead homie yourself. Like this dude probably didn't make it out. Like he's in shock, most likely. They stomped this dude's head with all type of Converse and Chuck Taylors. Yeah, the comments, yo, they did this dude dirty in the comments. I'm gonna put this link in the chat so y'all can laugh later. And I'm not gonna say you shouldn't laugh. No, you should laugh. You should laugh at this type of behavior because this gang stuff is ridiculous. All right. No, we should laugh. I'm not gonna say, no, let's take the high route. No, you should laugh. You should laugh at this gang shit. It's ridiculous, it's goofy, and it's senseless. And we're gonna laugh at y'all fools looking like that. I'm not taking no high route. No high road. I ain't doing that. I'm going low. All right, I'll put the link in the chat. If y'all want to laugh later on or share it on Facebook or Twitter, it's right there. You got the link. For my dead homies. What are you talking about? Looking like a dead homie. All right. So now let's go to this. All right. So some tether had wrote this. Some tether so I played her yesterday. This is the tether from yesterday that I played. Olay, whatever they call her. She says I played her yesterday. If you were in my live yesterday, she said, and look, she got 4,000 likes. Like, goddamn. Every day I'm watching documented. Wait, it ain't big. You guys can't see it. Let me make it bigger. Shit, wrong one. Make this one bigger. Okay, you can see it now. She said, every day I'm watching documented immigrants in less precarious situations than my own. So I guess she's illegal. Who aren't half as politically outspoken as I am, get rounded up. You're not politically. She says she's politically outspoken. Yeah, you cannot be politically outspoken on behalf of illegal immigrants. As I am, get rounded up and deported, and I can't begin to tell you how terrifying, worrying, and heartbreaking this is. I spent the last 2 years. Now here go this tether lie. Every tether was said he busting ass. I spent the last 2 years busting my ass trying to convince Americans and people who claim to share my values that this is what was waiting for us on the other side of a Trump presidency. And I got my back kicked in by my people who would and could never experience what I and other immigrants are experiencing now. Yet we're hell-bent on telling us that there's no difference between a Democrat and Republican administration. What the hell are you talking about? Now, I invited this tether to join me on my podcast. I invited her because she got a lot of smoke for FBA. So like I do everybody, I invite all these loudmouth tethers to the podcast, every last one of them, and they never come. So, chaotic truth came, and you see what happened, right? So, look at this. I'm sad, I'm angry, and not only is there nothing I can do about it, even this post alone is a risk probably not worth taking. I just hope those of you who can speak up without fear or being thrown out of this country decide to do it for those of us who tried to speak when we could speak. Yo, what the F are you talking about, ma'am? If you're illegal, you need to get the hell up out of here. Wait, if you're legal, you're good. Like, I don't understand. And look, I was in there kind of like trolling a little bit, but I was definitely in here on some of these comments going in. Let me see. I was trying to be careful because I didn't want to be blocked, but you're going to see. I was being very careful who I responded to and who I didn't. But I was definitely in here. Where my comment at? Oh, let's see. She might have deleted it. I don't see my comments. I did comment a lot. I don't see one comment of mine. Yo, wow, that's it? Now, I know she didn't delete my comments. Wow. Wow. Wait, let me see. Yeah, I don't have any comments. That's crazy. Yeah, I think she removed my comment. Well, obviously she did. Evidently she did, because we can't see my comments. Or maybe I got to do this. So let me log in under my account that I commented from. Let's see. Okay, here we go. So you see me. I said, to me, it's simple. Legals stay and illegals must be deported. I don't understand why the confusion. All right. So now you're gonna see. You see me. Look, I'm active. Okay, you see my comments now. I'm active. I'm in here. Look, you see. I'm telling you, I be trying to get these tethers on. You guys believe that legals should be safe and legals should be unsafe in regard to deportation, right? So I'm in here just doing my thing. I'm in here commenting. I'm trying to get these folks some conversation. I'm trying to, get them more on my channel, and they just ignore me. I could just randomly go to stuff, and you might look. I'm there too. I haven't heard about anyone's rights being violated. Please put me on. So I'm telling you, listen. I'm out here. The strategy of withholding a vote is the same strategy of a boycott or protest. Somebody even liked my comment. So I'm out here, man. I'm really trying to get these folks on to have this honest conversation that we can't have with these folks. But this tether right here was known for this video right here that I played yesterday. And she gets a lot of views. Look, 110,000, 149,000, 35,000. She gets views, 331,000. Okay, so her podcast is pretty popping. 103,000, 44,000. Yeah, so she's actually, Tether's like this woman. So I was trying to get her to come on. I think she might be LGBTQIA plus. I think she is. I think she's 100% on that side. And you can tell by the, careful chosen colors right here. And if you've seen her face, she definitely looked like one of those stereotypical look, right? So all I can say is I definitely did my part. I try to get her or her supporters over here to a dialogue about what they have an issue with, which is FBAs. So I'm always on these folks' bumper, trying to get them over here to have a conversation. And I brought you, several conversations that you guys like and were entertained by. Okay. So now let me bring this to you. So this is something that folks struggle with. So let me just share this with you. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so this is for some folks right here. All right, so you got, here we go, federalism. Okay, this is how state and national government, which is also called federal government, works. So powers delegated to the national government. When you hear national government, that's also federal government. So federal government, so I'm showing you what they do differently from each other and what they share. So federal government only alone can declare war, create and maintain armed forces, establish foreign policy, regulate interstate and foreign trade, make copyright and patent laws, establish postal offices, and coin money. Only federal government can do that. State government and local government, they can establish local governments, or this is state government. State government can establish local governments, establish and maintain schools, regulate trade within states, conduct elections, provide for public safety. What they do together, they both can raise taxes, they both can provide for the public welfare, they both can give criminal justice, you know, they both can take you to court, or like they both got a court. You know, you got the federal courts and you got state government courts. They both can borrow money, they both can charter banks, and they both can build roads. Okay, so you got state roads, federal roads, there you go. County roads. Okay, so for anybody who's not understood on what federal government can do as opposed to state government, there you go. So in a nutshell, state government pretty much deal with the public on a day-to-day basis. Federal government does not. Federal government more so deals with foreign nations more often. State does not. Okay, so this is, screenshot this, whatever you gotta do, but never get confused on the duties between federal and state. So I had a tether going to ask me a question, about this, and I got offended because tethers, they really don't think we're smart. So I got offended. He asked me, I think he asked about like welfare, like, hey, so government assistance, is the federal government responsible for that, or is it the? It's something he asked me, and a government, it depends because some of that stuff is federal. Welfare is federal. So again, like I know this stuff, Moon Eyes, because I work in housing, so I know what's federal. Housing, all that shit is federal, right? So listen, Moon Eyes. Okay, when you work in housing, there's stuff I know that you guys could never ever know because you don't. And this is, you're my family, so don't take this wrong, but you guys don't know what to research. So you could never, ever know. Somebody from housing got to tell you what to research. So Dr. Claw wouldn't know, Tariq wouldn't know, TBA, there's no way they'll know. You gotta be in that field to know, or somebody gotta put you on like me. You don't know what to research. There's so many different federal, you got RAD, you got LITech, you got PHA. There's so many different acronyms. There's a plethora of them. And you have to know the acronyms to know what to research. And you need them by its Ron. Okay? Or you're going to be out there on your own with bad research. Okay, anyway. So let's go here. So now, who have heard of the West Indies Federation? I can almost promise you I'm going to be the first person to bring this to you. So chat, before I go further, who has heard of the West Indies Federation? Before I, explain it, who has heard of the West Indies Federation? Anybody? Because this right here, this was before CARICOM. This actually inspired CARICOM. Who in the chat who has not seen my first live earlier today? Man, I don't care if you did. I don't care if you did see my live. Who is aware of the West Indies Federation? I'm calling ICE. Who's aware of the West Indies Federation. I'm gonna drop some jewels tonight. So this is something you guys, I can probably assure you that you guys never heard of. He said the Cake Soul Federation. Exactly. You're actually right. Okay, you're actually right generally. But I'm gonna drop the information. Oh my God, this guy dropped my damn iPad. So I'm gonna drop the information that you guys have never heard before. Okay. All right, I got you. Everybody got this print, right? We all researchers and we research different stuff. Okay, so watch this. Watch this. This is sound like, yeah, exactly. I think of when I think of Lord Mo, I said that earlier in my earlier live. When I think of the West Indies Federation, I think of WWF. So I call it. It's funny you said that, Lord Mo, because I call it the West Indies Failed Federation. WIFF. Okay, so here we are. Oh yeah. We know that, Commando. Check this out. If you think you can like help us out, what's going on here? There's a phone number by Stu. Black foreigner, black Indian. This ain't no.
Going at them because you try to go world.
Okay, I messed up. I showed my reaction. So let me go to the authentic film of the live earlier. And then I'm gonna go into some Tariq debates, but very selectively. I'm not gonna play the whole thing because I wanna deal with some things that were said by white folks. Right, because they have a different angle when they debate a post from a tether. So let me first go here.
Do this on our own. It is very important that we learn from the mistake of others and we learn from the mistake of history.
Bullshit no more. Too fucking you.
Wait, stop.
Hold on. No, thing.
Stop. No, we're not doing that here. We're not doing that.
DuPont family.
That's understanding. Like too many people here who are not from here. I'm not. Here is a bunch of bullshit. Everybody else gets the reparations.
I'm gonna play Beef Stew. So Beef Stew gonna misrepresent what the West Indies Federation is, and then we're gonna read it together what it actually is. So Moon Knight said it's sick. They bring their cultures here. I have a dark-skinned sister and a light-skinned sister, and sisters in between. So it's crazy to see colorists. And exactly, yeah. When we had like most of my siblings are light-skinned, but my second oldest brother is brown-skinned. So Moon Eyes is right. It's like that's normal in FBA culture to like see a family and to see like different shades of the siblings. Yeah, but when you're dealing with colorism, you are dealing with a different type of self-hatred. Like I can't rock with anybody stuck on colorism. It's like I'm good with you. You got a different type of self-hatred.
America give it. America get up.
Stop. About divisiveness.
It's not true.
Please. Let me say.
So right now, listen very carefully to Beef Stew. This foolishness you're about to say.
Let me tell you a situation. Let me give you a history lesson about divisiveness. Many persons not going to know this, but let me tell you this story. I'm going to try to speak slow that a lot of people can understand. In 1958, all the countries that were going to get independence from the United Kingdom decided to come together in a program that they call Federation. They was going to have a federation of Caribbean countries. We're talking about Trinidad, the Lesser Antilles, the Greater Antilles. All of these countries were going to come together under one umbrella in order to make themselves stronger. 1961, Jamaica decided that fuck federation. We are big enough and we are strong enough and we can do this on our own. I'm not joining with any other Caribbean country. They could be black like me, but I'm not joining with them. And they decided to, and Federation was dismantled as a result of that. What happened 50 years later is that it saw the decline of many economies, which would have been stronger together. Because the strongest at the time, which was Jamaica, said, fuck everybody else. When I hear ADOS talking, this reminds me of what Jamaica did 60 years ago. When they said, I am stronger than everybody else. I'm the strongest black people in this region. Fuck everybody else. We can do this on our own. It is very important that we learn from the mistake of others and we learn from the mistake of history. Individually, we are not strong enough. And this result, what caused this is that somebody whispered in the ears of one of our black leaders and says, no, these people is coming to take, if you're strong now and you have to share your strongness with these weaker people, they're going to take your strength from you. So you need to understand what global politics is or what macro politics is. And when people tell you that we're strong as a group, it's because people walked that path already and saw that when the opportunity came for us to come together, one group of assholes said, fuck it.
Stupid Moon said they got together and had a barbecue instead. That's pretty much. Jamaicans ain't strong. They can't even go to public beaches on their own. That part is crazy, Jaquan. That part is crazy. How like they are the majority, and like that right there, I can't respect. Like, Jamaicans gotta do better, man. Because at the end of the day, they are black. They are black, and they're like really not representing. It's like, yo, you cannot let the minority in your country. I mean, you guys are independent. How are you independent? And you got folks telling you what you can't do in your independent country. That's wild. That's wild. And I don't like when they come over here and try to tell us what we doing wrong and how to solve our own issues. That's the problem right there. I don't know what beach we can't go to. Stop. Get your thing. Get your thing. Go. Okay. So I don't know what beach they can't go to, but we can't relate to that at all. All right. So now he gave his interpretation of what the West Indies Federation was as false. So Lord Maul, Moonage, Jaquan, Commando, you're about to learn something here that you probably never learned before. And most people don't know it, don't talk about, but it's over for them arguing about being divisive. That is, we're going to RIP that talking point tonight. Okay. So look, the West Indies Federation, 1958 to 1962. So this failed. They gave it just 4 years. I mean, how are you trying to watch this? This is a West Indies type of Pan-Africanism. This ain't black people in America included with the Haitians and Africans. This is just the West Indies themselves. They're trying to come together in pure unity, some Pan-Caribbeanist type shit. And they gave it 4 years and they said, nah, it ain't gonna happen. But they want to unite with us. You can't unite with yourselves. You were divisive. Listen, the West Indies Federation, 1958 to 1962, dissolved primarily due to political divisions, economic instability, and conflicts over governance and national identity. National identity among its member states. Here are the key reasons for its collapse. So this federation was for the West Indians to come together as one people, which the Pan-Africanists promote, come under this brand called African. So the West Indies, the Caribbean, they decided to come under this one name, West Indian. Okay, 4 years, and they said, the hell with it. We'll go our own way. 4 years, and what they do? They decided to delineate. They decided to disaggregate amongst themselves. We're no longer West Indian. I'm Trinidad. You're Jamaican. You're Bahamian. You are Barbados. And they did that. Listen, this is embarrassing. Okay, so political divisions and nationalism. Now, for the first time, you're hearing this over here because I, as I always say, am a thorough researcher. So political divisions and nationalism. The Federation consisted of 10 Caribbean territories, including Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and the Barbados. But each island had strong nationalist sentiments and was reluctant to give up control to a central government. So they were reluctant to give up control to a central government. They were divisive amongst themselves. So they had an idea to come together with one central government, but they were reluctant to give up control to a they were not even sold on their own aims and goals. Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, the two largest and most economically powerful members, wanted more autonomy rather than political integration. You see, it's about power. Smaller islands feared domination by the larger islands. So they were delineating because we're larger and you're smaller. But they got the nerve to tell us, you're divisive. What the F is this? These two right here. We're divisive with the West Indies Federation. So when I get these clowns to come over here, you're going to hear me ask them, hey, when they start to talk that FBA divisive, watch what I hit them with. Brother, sister, have you heard of the West Indies Federation? And they probably did, but they'll be reluctant to tell you. So I'm going to say, okay, explain. That's right. And they're probably going to lie, and I'm going to check them. This is why some of them do their research, look at my channels and see what I be talking about. Hell no, I ain't going over there. Hell no, that's a real researcher. Hell no, he's not a comedian. He's not going to have jokes. No, this dude is serious. All right. Economic. Now, look, this is the most embarrassing part right here. This is embarrassing. Economic challenges. The Federation had no independent source of revenue and relied on Britain for financial support. Wait a minute. Who are you? Yo, they had no independent source of revenue. They wanted the British to fund their black nationalist bullshit. You wanted the white man to fund your revolution. You wanted the white man to fund this black version of BRIC. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Economic disparities between larger islands, Jamaica, Trinidad, and smaller ones, Grenada, St. Vincent, created tension over how resources should be distributed. So these two wanted all the resources, which is being divisive. They didn't believe in socialism, where everybody will get everything equally. The islands had different economic structures. Some were more focused on agriculture, while others had emerging industries. Look at this hot mess. And again, you're getting it over here. That's why I say you got to tap in. Jamaican referendum, 1961 referendum and withdrawal. I don't know why in 1961, Jamaica had a referendum. I got tongue-tied today. And 54% of voters chose to leave the Federation, seeing it's an economic burden. So more than half said we're out because it's an economic burden. We don't have any money. We're broke. Jamaicans felt they could prosper better independently rather than subsidizing poor islands. So what did Jamaicans say? Jamaicans said, we're going to delineate. That's called delineation. That's called disaggregation. And they got the nerve to say we're divisive. No, you were divisive when you were trying to get this one government with this West Indies Federation. You left, you fled the idea of Caribbean unity. Okay? Jamaica's exit, they were the first to leave. They fled the idea of Caribbean unity. So how the hell can we trust them in this fake Pan-Africanist thing with us? Stop. You got a history of leaving 4 years, and we're out. Not 10 years, not 20 years, 30 years, we get it. 4 years they left. Jamaica's exit severely weakened the Federation as it was the most populous and influential member. Trinidad and Tobago's exit in 1962. 1 second. What do you want? What do you want? Huh? Okay, come over here. Get in here. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay, go. Okay, what? Go. What do you want? Go. I'm with you. Wait. Okay, hold on. Hold on. A second. This is what I do, man. All I do is research all day long. I got so much stuff, man. I want a white supremacist to pull up. I've been researching arguments for white supremacists. So I'm definitely gonna call in Myron Gaines, the Fresh and Fit podcast. I'm gonna embarrass Myron Gaines. I'm just making sure. So right now I'm just reciting my information. So when I call in, I know what I know. I don't gotta I know what I know. But that's my plan. My plan is to call in Myron Gaines, Fresh and Fit show. Record it, do a dual record, and cook them in a debate. Because I'm gonna pick up where Tariq left off with him. So maybe not tonight, maybe tomorrow. I'm gonna play Tariq's and Myron's debate, and I'm gonna do a review, and I'm gonna go over the information that's being said. And that's my thing. My thing is I plan on to say, hey, Myron, Tariq won that debate, and he's gonna say how he won, and he's gonna. So now we're gonna reenact, the debate. We're gonna go over what was said, and I'm gonna cook them. So I got a great strategy. I'm gonna cook Myron Gaines on his own show. Okay, it's gonna be clearly one-sided. It won't be two-sided. He won't have nothing. Okay, so I got some powerful rebuttals. I'm already anticipating what he's gonna say. I got some stuff I know I'm gonna say, and so he don't stand a chance. And he's not smart at all, so I don't respect him at all. So I know that's gonna be one-sided, like most of my debates are. So Trinidad and Tobago's exit in 1962. Following Jamaica's withdrawal, Trinidad and Tobago's Prime Minister Eric Williams refused to support the Federation alone, famously saying, 1 from 10 leaves naught, meaning that without the largest members, the Federation would collapse. So Trinidad also saw itself as an emerging independent power and chose to pursue sovereignty. So they they fled from this unity shit amongst the Caribbean. It lasted 4 years and they fled from that idea. So now you're going to convince us that we should join you on some global empowerment or some Pan-Africanist bullshit when y'all gave it 4 years and y'all fled from it and y'all had no real plan, I'm good. Look, and it gets worse. Britain's role and lack of strong support. The Federation was a British imposed project. What does that mean? Why am I laughing? Because this idea was not something the West Indians came up with themselves. The British said, hey, you guys should come together and unite. This was a British idea. It took the white man to tell these islanders, yo, y'all should come together and be on one accord. Y'all should be on code. Yo, bro, we're in our history in America where we need the white man to tell us that we need to come together and unite. All of those ideas were strictly FBA-DOS. And the same thing happened in Nigeria and most of the places in Africa, where the white man had to tell these African tribal countries, hey, y'all need to unite. So look at this. The Federation was a British imposed project, and Britain did not provide strong backing or financial investment. Of course they didn't. Why would the white man fund your Black Revolution? That's wild. Unlike Canada or Australia, which has strong central governments, the West Indies Federation lacked authority, making it weak from the start. So this idea never had a chance. So what I think happened was, I think the British said, hey guys, why don't you unite, come together and build this strong economic force? And they convinced them. And in the background, they were laughing their asses off. Like, yo, watch this. It's going to flop, watch. They had no independent revenue. How did 10 island countries have no independent revenue of the British government? That's wild. Lack of common identity and vision. It gets worse. Though the islands share some history, they had different cultures. Oh, but they get mad at us for acknowledging we have a different culture than other Black people across the world. So they had different cultures, languages. So no, they shared the same history, but they had different cultures, languages, English, Creole, Spanish influence, and colonial experiences. Well, we have a different experience too. We got a slavery and Jim Crow experience that you guys know nothing about. So now you can acknowledge the differences amongst yourselves, the different cultures amongst yourselves, but you act like you can't relate to us. We say, hey, we got a different culture. We're different. Many people in the Caribbean saw themselves first as Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Barbadians, rather than West Indians. That is literally the definition of division, divisiveness. That is literally the definition of divisiveness. So when they say UFBAs are divisive, no, you are divisive. Because you were supposed to call yourself as collective West Indians. That was the goal. That's why it's called the West Indies Federation. You guys were dropping your domestic identities and you were going to take on the national identity. What do I mean? Well, Nigeria, they have Igbo, this Bo, that Bo, Bobo, Bobo, Momo, all different type of tribes. But collectively, nationally, they call themselves Nigerian. In India, you got different names. They call each other there. They all don't say they're Indian, by the way. Okay? They don't. So listen, you're learning something from me. Indians in India, in East India, they all don't call themselves the same thing. Indian is their national identity. And they have a national language called Hindu. I know all my clients were Indian. And they spoke different languages, but most of them spoke the same national language, which is Hindu. But you got Gujarati, you got other things they spoke that the other Indian didn't speak. But you would look at them and think they're the same people. They're not. They have a common interest. They're all Indian and they all speak Hindu, but they spoke different languages. Some Indians could not, other than English was how they interacted. They could not speak their native language and communicate with each other at all. English is how they got to know each other. They could not have gotten to know each other with their natural domestic Indian or homeland language. This person spoke this in India, that person spoke this, and they cannot understand each other. English was how they linked up and knew each and got along with each other. So yeah, that's a bonus for you guys. I'm literally HIM. So they didn't see themselves as West Indians. This was supposed to be their national identification. They said, screw that. They said, we are Jamaicans first, Trinidadians, Barbadians. But they get mad at us when we don't accept our continental identifier, which is African or Black. We say, no, we're FBA's first, ADOS first, and lastly, African and Black. So they can do it. They can do it, but we can't. No, that argument is rest in peace. And I can't wait to get one of these clowns over here. Outcome, dissolution and independence in 1962. With Jamaica and Trinidad leaving, the Federation formally dissolved on May 31st, 1962, 4 years, and they dropped the idea of coming together. Unity bullshit. Most member states pursued individual independence. They said, nah, hell with this collective stuff. We're done. We're not all one. Jamaica and Trinidad became independent in 1962. Barbados, 1966. Guyana, 1966. And the Eastern Caribbean Islands, 1970s and 80s followed. And I'm going to tell you right now, I believe I'm the first to say this. Most Black people overseas, Caribbean and Africa. Most of all of 50 countries in Africa and most of the Caribbean islands, mostly all of them got their independence in the 1960s. Now, you tell me that's not a coincidence? What was it about the 1960s that all of them was granted independence by the colonizers? That means that they didn't really fight for it. The colonizers already came together and said, we're going to let them go. We got what we wanted. We got enough resources and things like that to go do for ourselves. We're good. All of them. Name an African country, name a Caribbean island, and I can almost guarantee you they got the independence in 1960 or later. Haiti got theirs, 1804, whatever, 18-something, 1800s. That's it. Everybody else, 1960s. So that's something to think about and to, Moon Eyes, facts. This is some stuff that you bring to somebody else and you'll be the smartest person in the room. They be like, they won't even know, when you say West Indies Federation, they will not have any idea what you're talking about. They will be completely lost. So I go up and I dig. That's why I don't lose debates, because when I debate people, they normally don't know more than me. Okay, I'm not even with my opponent. What you want? Okay, come over. You gotta stop. Very good. Okay, so aftermath and legacy. Though the Federation failed, it inspired later Caribbean cooperation efforts such as CARICOM, Caribbean Community 1973, promoting trade and diplomacy. And that's all. I'm not reading the rest of the shit over there. That's it. That's it. CARICOM came from this. So when the West Indies Federation failed, they came up with CARICOM. This was more lighter. This was more like a advocacy of reparations. And I might hit on that either tomorrow, because there's so much stuff to discuss tonight. It depends how sleepy I get. Okay? But yeah, so this goes back to this. So when I get one of these clowns over here, I'm going to ask them about, hey, FBA is so divisive, man. It's about Pan-Africanism. It's about getting along with everybody. Okay, I feel you. Let me ask you a question. What you know about the West Indies Federation? Huh? You heard me. What do you know about the West Indies Federation? Don't hide. If you can hide, you can hear. Okay? And this is why, like I said, my debates are one-sided, because nobody really knows as much as me. I go beyond. You see this right here? Look at this. That's all me. And that's one. This is the whole different one. This is the whole different one. It's all me. I stay reading, asking questions, learning. I do this for real. But you can't see. You can't see. My fault. Let me go back. Oh, damn it. So I want y'all to see this right here. So there, you can see my tabs clearly. So this is one, right? Look at this. All this information I got. This is the second tab. Boom. All this. All that. That's me asking questions, learning. Look, learning. And the thing about me, I can do all this research and I'm going to remember a large part of all of this. I haven't got to write it down. I don't got to write it down. I read it and it just sticks. I read this stuff and it just sticks to my brain. So I'm pretty much prepared for like almost all subjects. All right. But it takes a lot of, dedication, really. All right. So let me go back. All right. Okay. So let me go to the playlist now. So I'm going to play a debate with Tariq. Peace, Donnie. Yeah, we're not complaining. So I'm going to play a debate with Tariq Nasheed I went through this last night, but I got sleepy. So I'm going to play a debate with Tariq and an Italian, okay, who's lying.
Scarface, Italian. Speak on it.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
What's up, man? Do we have a Caucasian man here?
Well, I'm Italian. I'm Southern Italian.
Same.
York,
so I want you to realize that Europeans also delineate. You heard Tariq say, hey, we got a Caucasian here. And that Italian said, hell no. He says, I'm an Italian. I'm Southern Italian. So that just goes to the point that everybody don't want to be called European, Caucasian. That means nothing. African, Black, that means absolutely nothing. No, sir, because when you say Caucasian, there's a whole bunch of countries over there. Look at the map. Look at the map. You got Russia, Poland, Ukraine, France. Look at the map. Spain, Italy, Turkey. So when you say Caucasian, that's not saying anything. Look at the map behind the FBA, brother. Look at all those Europe. Matter of fact, let me close it. Boom. Right there. Right there. Look at all those European countries. So to say a person is Caucasian, that's nothing. To say a person is white, that's nothing. Okay? You gotta be, they wanna say, no, call me what I am. Don't say I'm Caucasian, don't say I'm white. I'm from Russian, I'm from Finland, I'm from Norway, I'm France, I'm German, I'm Poland, I'm Ukraine, I'm Romanian, I'm Hungarian, I'm Italian, I'm from Turkey, I'm Syrian, You dig? Spain, Algerian. This is how they give it up. Do not call me white. Do not call me European or Caucasian. Call me where I come from. Call me who I am. Okay, so they're allowed to do that, and nobody complains. But when we say, hey, don't call us African, don't call us black, call us what we are. Oh, you're divisive. But in Italian, so this white guy right here, listen. So he's being divisive.
Caucasian. Right? Scarface, speak on it.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
What's up, man? Do we have a Caucasian man here?
Well, I'm Italian. I'm Southern Italian.
Same.
Okay, so he's being divisive, right? So he kind of caught Tariq slipping, like, oh, brother, no, we don't do that. Y'all do that. But we over here in Europe, we don't do that. We don't say we're European. We don't say we're white or Caucasian. We say where we come from. So he caught Tariq slipping right here.
Scarface, speak on it.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
What's up, man? Do we have a Caucasian man here?
Well, I'm Italian. I'm Southern Italian.
Same.
So it's a little different.
I know. It's still Caucasian, but y'all still got that Moorish blood. Are you Sicilian or what part of it?
Commando, that's not gonna work over here. That social construct bullshit, that's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Because Donnie, it's only a social construct when we decide we want to delineate. Where was this bullshit 15, 20 years ago, 30 years ago? Oh, racist social contract. Everybody's no, sir. We're not gonna fall for that social construct bullshit. We're not doing that. We had a unique experience in this country that Black folks across the world did not experience. Okay, if we want compensation, we want justice, we want land and things like that. And we're not going to let anybody that looks like us or claim they're Black or African jump on that bandwagon and claim to reap what's owed to us. No, ma'am, no, sir. Social construct my ass. Okay, we're FBA, we're ADOS, we're freedmen, and we are alone due compensation for what happened, what we experienced in this country. If you from somewhere else, then you handle that shit up with your government, British or whoever, France or whoever else. But over here, we ain't buying that social construct bullshit. We ain't buying that. Because Jamaicans say they're Jamaican. Jamaicans don't say it's a social construct. The Haitians don't say it's a social construct. We're all the same. No, they don't. They say I'm Haitian. St. Croix, St. Vincent, Nigerian, Ghana, everybody say what they are. So no, we're not gonna fall for that bullshit. Everybody's saying what they are. They got their own unique flags. You got Nigeria, you got the Igbos and whoever else, the Ogani people. They all say we're different. They're not saying racist social contract. No. We're not doing that. Matter of fact, Robinson, peace. Matter of fact, let me throw this link in the chat. Let me put the phone number in the chat. I want to hear this bullshit in real life. This social construct bullshit. Okay, let me put this link in the chat. No, we ain't gonna do that when it comes to us. Everybody else get to be divisive and carve out something for themselves. And we want to do the same thing. Well, race ain't really shit, right? Shit, the hell it ain't. Yes, it was. Yes, it is. It was something when you did what you did. So no, sir. We keeping that same energy. No, sir. I ain't buying that shit at all. Okay, so let me go ahead and put this phone number in the chat so I can hear this social construct bullshit. All right. No, sir. Not today, not tomorrow, not in 2025. No, sir. Okay, that's the phone number. I wasn't playing. Let me put this chat in here. I want to hear this social construct bullshit. Okay, I'm definitely not playing. I never play. There you go. Phone number and access code, call in. Let me hear this social construct bullshit. All right. Okay, there you go. Well, black was that at first, Commando. Black, yes, that's the call-in number. This is a live video right here. We're live. Okay, I have a computer link and I have a phone number. I don't want to send a computer link. I'd rather you just call, because the call-in number, I like it better as an option, because if something happens with the computer link, sometimes I gotta close. Sometimes you just asked out at some point. So there's limitations to the link, usage wise. There's limitations to the usage of a computer link. The phone number, there's no limitation. You can call in, you can hang up, call back, hang up. But the computer link is not the same. There's limitations on usage. But yes, that is the phone number. Call in, and that social construct shit. I'm a Commando. I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. I'm not young. I'm very experienced. I've been around the block. That talking point is either tetherish or is Pan-Africanist. Okay. Yes. You probably got it for Unc West, bro. I'm very seasoned. People know who I am in these spaces. Okay. I'm just louder than I ever been now. I always played the back. I always was a researcher. If you go to my big debates, I was the researcher to big debates. I didn't really talk at all. I just played the back. Kind of like who's that? Who played the back? Like, think about like J-Lo. J-Lo was a backup dancer, and then she did her own thing and blew the fuck up more than anybody else. That's kind of how I was. I was the background, didn't care for the exposure, but I felt like the truth was being suppressed. So I said, you know what? Let me just speak the truth. The Dream was like the artist, The Dream. He was a songwriter, producer, and guess what? He started making music and getting hits. That's me. I'm The Dream. So I'm so experienced that certain talking points, I can kind of identify who people are. I can identify your position just by talking points. Okay, he's probably a Pan-Africanist, or he's probably a tether, because that's not an FBA-DOS position to say social construct, racist or social construct. That's not an FBA-DOS Freedman position at all. Okay, that is more like an Unc West, some Pan-Africanist bullshit, some Hotepper shit, or that's some tether shit straight up. All right, so that's the phone number. There you go, because I know what I know. All right, I know what I know, and that's a bullshit position to take. So most likely you don't really identify as ADOS or FBA. Okay. And earlier you spelled tether wrong, but I gave you a pass. You spelled tether T-E-A-T-H-E-R. I gave you a pass. That's another red flag that you're probably not ADOS FBA, because we know tether is spelled without an A. We know that. Okay, so that's so I'm that seasoned. I gave you a pass, but when you spelled tether incorrectly, I felt like you were not entirely on board. But I didn't make a big deal. I kept it moving, because that could be an honest mistake. But now spelling tether incorrectly and then saying race is a social construct, telling us we should be called black. Okay, now brother, that's very oppish. So I put the phone number in there for shit like that. I usually take your wrench. And for people who got a wrench, they're either tethers or trolls. So I put the phone number in so you can defend yourself. But if you don't defend yourself, I'm probably not to take your wrench, because you said you're trying to convince us to be called black, which is tetherish, and you spelled tether wrong. So that's 2 strikes. So now you can clear everything by calling in, and I could feel better that you're with us. But if you don't call in, I'm gonna feel like, okay, so don't say anything. Let me change your phone number is showing. Don't say anything. Let me first change your phone number. Don't say one word, because your phone number will show. Just give me a second. Give me a small second. Your name in the chat is Command. Okay, Command. Hold on. Don't say nothing. Okay. I changed the name. You can talk now. Peace, my brother. What's going on?
Hey, can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
Hey, this is this Commando son from Birmingham. Are you real familiar with Alabama?
Nah, not at all.
From Birmingham, Alabama. Grew up in Birmingham, Alabama all my life. And I grew up with my grandparents, to be exact, mostly. And yep, that's that. Now I'm out here rolling, just trucking right now, and I'm just getting live loaded.
All right.
Yeah.
So now,
but
so let me just say this. You know, there's a lot of FBAs who are Pan-Africanists, right? That don't really adopt the FBA-DOS freedman title. So now, just for the record, and you don't have to. I just want to be clear. Do you acknowledge yourself as FBA, ADOS, or freedman, or none of the above?
First of all, construct of interpretation, like you know, bro, like how Tariq broke it down. It's really more of a lineage before it's anything. So we're not a group. We're not really a race. We're a lineage. You know, FBA is a Tariq Nasheed brought light and he woke me up out of that Pan-African bullshit. Yeah. So I'm just like everybody else. I'm just from my lineage. Yeah, I'm from my group and for my roots really. Yeah, because that's what FBA is. Yeah, it still got the black in it, but it's a lineage. It's about our roots, like Southern roots. Like most Black Americans are from the South. Am I right?
Yeah.
So it's about lineage. Yeah.
So now let me add to that. Like you said, it got black in it, but even Tariq Nasheed acknowledged that. Tariq Nasheed, he confessed and he said that freedmen would be more politically correct. So he said that
under law.
Right. And so is ADOS. The ADOS one got black in it. So anything that has a race in it won't really suffice as you know, you can't really put that under law with a race. Race don't acknowledge, law doesn't acknowledge race. So because of civil rights and shit like that, you can't use race. So ADOS is American descendants of slaves, and freedmen is really the most. Freedmen has probably got the most leverage because we were called freedmen during the time of Emancipation Proclamation and post antebellum. We were literally in law called freedmen. So freedmen probably got the best chance of being the identifier, right? But you have ADOS, which is cool. But FBA, Tariq said, because again, trust me, FBA is not going to, Tariq acknowledged, and we acknowledge, those who research, we know FBA won't be used in law, but FBA can be used as a ethnic identifier. Like we call ourselves Black, right? So you can't use that shit in law, but you can use it as an ethnic identifier. We've been doing it this long. So if you fill out an application, it's going to say Black American, African American, whatever, but it's going to say Black there for sure. I got screenshots, the shit I filled out, it's going to say Black for sure. So instead of Black, we wanted to say FBA. So FBA is going to exclude all the other Blacks, because I've been showing videos of Black people who are not FBA, who are Haitian in Florida committing crimes, senseless crimes, but crimes, right? Drug dealing or killing. And these guys,
facts.
And these guys get added into the Black crime rate. And when you say Black crime, when you think of Black crime in this country, we get the blame. They don't think of Haitians, Jamaicans, and Africans and Nigerians. They think of Black Americans when they get to these negative Black crime rates. So long story short, FBA is probably not the best acronym for reparations, but it's probably the best acronym for an identifier of the ethnic group.
Of the lineage, yeah.
Yeah, for the lineage. So it's probably like, but again, we can mix it up. You don't have to be FBA, because at the end of the day, we all got to vote, right? So it could be freedmen. You know, like it's up to us. It's up to us to narrow it down to what's most fitting. So right now, there's three options. There's freedmen, ADOS, FBA. But guess what, brother? You and I could come up with something more clever and present it as, okay, this is more fitting. Because I hear other folks come up with, that's in my chat, they present other things that make sense as well. So it's in the day, it's going to come up to us to vote on what's the best fit to identify us uniquely and exclusively from the rest of Black people in the world.
Yeah, I just recently found this stuff on TikTok. Our people so creative. They come up with this new term, found salon. Yeah, salon. Yeah, now have you ever heard of it? Salon.
Now, what is that?
Okay. Salon is like this new term. It's like people of soul.
How do you spell it? How do you spell it?
So yeah.
Wait, no, I didn't hear you. You broke up. I said, how do you spell
it? SOUL.
SU.
No, brother. SOUL.
SO, like soul. SO. Soul.
Yeah, L SOUL. Yeah, AAN SOULAAN.
Okay, I got it. So now, who came up with that?
That's it's pretty much just like a TikTok word, like.
Yeah, you're breaking up badly. Yeah, he must be in a bad area because we can't hear him, but then he'll speak as though we heard everything he's gonna say. Yeah, so he lost connection. So now the problem with salon that I see right away is that it doesn't exclude other people specifically. So we don't want any confusion, right? We want terms that they're so exclusive that even other Black folks won't adopt it. Like Haitians, Nigerians, they are not going to say they're ADOS. They are not going to say they're FBA or Freedmen. Like that's like kryptonite to them. They're not going to fake and claim that. Salon, I gotta look at it more often, and maybe it's a good term. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But again, that's bring it to the table. So when we get this thing together, we get unified on code, we can look at all of these terms. We're open to all of them because guess what? There's no leader. So we're all human. We're all one man vote, one woman vote. So if you got a better fitting term, bring it to the table to get voted on. So whether it's Freedmen, ADOS, FBA, Salon, they're all acceptable. Bring it to the table and let's hear it out. Let's hear, what it's about, how it excludes everybody else, because that's the main thing. It has to, without confusion, exclude everybody else. And if Salon, without a doubt, exclude everybody else, then hey, let's vote. Let's vote on the most fitting term. You dig? I'm all for that. But for me, I don't like the Black thing either, to be honest. So for me, let's just keep coming up with, clever ways to call ourselves that exclusively is for us. It eliminates everybody else, everybody Black, everybody else. So, you see me, I say FBA-DOS, which is Foundational Black Americans Descendants, or Foundational Black American Descent. Okay, FBA-DOS to me is Foundational Black American Descendants of Slaves. Or you could say freed Black Americans, right? So you got the freedmen. So now you got everybody. So you got freed Black American Descendants of Slaves. Freed Black American. I like that better than foundation. I like freed Black American Descendants of Slaves. because foundational can be challenged. Hey, what foundation? We found. White folks can say, hey, we built a foundation. We did this, we did that. So that can be challenged a little bit. So I can say, when you say freed, ain't nothing challenged about freed. Only one people were freed. Okay. I don't recall anybody else being freed in history besides us. Because other folks were being colonized. The Caribbean, Africa, they were all colonized. We were not colonized. We were enslaved. So that's the uniqueness with us. We were enslaved. We were not colonized. So the Native Americans were colonized, but we were not. We were enslaved. So freed. So the F stands for freed. And you could say black. I don't mind black. You could say free black American descendants of slaves. I think that way because you got the freedmen, you got people who advocate for freedmen, you got folks who advocate for ADOS, you got folks who advocate for FBA. So it's like by saying freed black American descendants of slaves, I believe everybody's satisfied. FBAs are satisfied, ADOS is satisfied, and freedmen are satisfied because you're saying freed. So I think that's why I thought of that. I feel like everybody's included. Nobody's left out. Okay, we're not gonna be like the West Indies Federation, right? I think that's fitting. I love sweets, but I do eat healthy and on it for special occasions and the holiday season. The FBA or free. Yeah. So Nate Turner, look, I'm gonna type it in chat. Maybe sometimes you can see it for yourself. Maybe it makes more sense. Don't let me know. Like, be honest. Like, I'm not emotional. So y'all can say, nah, I'm biased. That's corny. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm mad. I don't care. Like that just, I'm not like that. So let me just type it in. Free Black American. And the reason why I did this because I feel like everybody gonna feel like they're included. I'm talking about the different. Tariq will feel like he's included. Yvette and Laura Abba and those who advocate for freedmen. I feel like everybody feel like they matter, right? Their hard work mattered. There you go. So free Black American descendants of slaves. That's what I like. So that will come out like this. Or there you go. So now you know why I say FBA-DOS. Free Black American descendants of slaves. Everybody's satisfied. Tone Talks, Yvette is satisfied, Tariq is satisfied, and Laura Abba and those who pitch freedmen, everybody's satisfied. Everybody's considered. And that's what I came up with for now. It can always change 15, 20, 30 years later, 100 years later. But for now, I feel like that's it right there. Nobody's left out. Everybody's considered. And we move on from there. FBA-DOS. Okay. All right. So now I'm going, Commando, he don't have to call back because he can if he wants to. But I just want to verify that he's one of us and he's not some white guy pretending. And he did that. He called in, he's a man of his integrity. He called in, he talked, and he told you where he's from, and that's cool with me. I got no problems. So now we know when he's talking in chat, he's a real, he's a real guy, real FBA. He's a real FBA-DOS. He said, or real Salon. He said Salon. All right, whatever you want to be called. Look, I ain't mad. What you want to be called? Salon, cool. Now, Nate Turner, yes, I agree. Tariq will talk trash. He sees the ADOS. Yeah. And look, because Tariq, he admits that he's petty. He admits on several different occasions that he's petty. So you got to consider that when he goes at Yvette or Tone, you got to consider he's being petty. I'm not petty. I can see through all that for the bigger cause. Tone Talks Yvette, they be spitting facts. All right? So do I agree with everything they say? No, I don't agree with everything Tariq says or Laura Abba. But for the most part, when they talk, I agree with it. I agree with 90% with Tone Talks, Yvette, Laura Abba, and Tariq says. I agree with 90% of it. Okay? Because they're spitting facts. They're all, when they talk, they are all representing us. When Yvette and Tone talk, they're representing the lineage. When Tariq talks, he's representing the lineage. When Laura Abba and the Freedmen talk, they are representing the lineage. All of them are representing us. And they're trying to do their best with the information. Moon said, I'm petty too. I'm petty too. You dig? See, but you have to admit that for one. And then see, when you're petty, but Moon Eyes, your pettiness might not be the same as Tariq's or Yvette's. Because Yvette is petty too, by the way. She throws shots at Tariq. So she's petty as hell too. Okay. And it's all good. It's 43 million of us. It's okay to be petty. It's okay to be shy. It's okay to be aggressive. It's okay to be passive. It's okay to be stern. It's okay to be you. You can be who you are. Nobody's expecting to be Malcolm X. Be who you are. You dig? That's what makes us unique. That's what makes us not a monolith. The fact that we have differences. And it makes us great when we can work around each other, even though Moon Eyes is petty. I still can work with her. I would just consider she's petty. So therefore, when she's being petty, it's not going to bother me because I already know that in advance. So I'm already equipped to just deal with it, to be tolerant. You see? That's why I am who I am for a reason. I can work with anybody. I can work with Yvette, Tariq, Moon Eyes, Donnie. I can work with all you guys. And y'all weird personalities would not bother me at all. I will adjust around all of y'all. What you don't like, I won't bring. And what you like, I'll bring. It's real simple. And that's why everybody rock with me. Because I can rock with anybody. Let's say if Donnie don't want to talk about sports, I won't talk about sports when I'm around him. Let's say Moon Eyes don't want to talk about liquor or liquor. She's against liquor. Well, guess what? I won't talk about buying moonshine or getting some liquor, getting some wine. It's easy for me, but for other folks, it's hard. It's not hard for me. But I think all of us can be petty. Because I am petty. I'm definitely petty, but you guys don't see it online because I try to maintain some type of decorum, professionalism. But in real life, I'm silly. And sometimes you guys would catch it on live. Like just now, I played a little video of the car scene with the two snitching on each other. You can see my personality come out. Because I almost got voted class clown in high school. You dig? I came like second or third. So I'm actually funny, but you won't know because online people use that against you. So I kind of like be kind of reserved. I try to be more serious. But I got jokes like a mother. If a tether try to come over here and want to Jones with me, all right, let's go. You want Jones? Some white supremacists want to throw jokes? Let's go. Big. I got some jokes. I definitely got some jokes. So we can throw mud. What you want to do? You want to have a real debate or information, or you want to throw mud? Because we can throw mud. I'm down for the mudslinging with a tether or white supremacists. Let's get it. Because nothing you're going to ever say is going to offend me. Nothing. No words can offend me. But that's not the same for you, though, because I will take it there. See, you don't want to throw mud with me. Because I will take it there. For me, there's no rules. You want to throw mud with me, Donnie? These tethers and white supremacists, I have no rules. You know I'm the can man. Anybody can get it. Siblings, daughters, sons, grandmas, ancestors. I have no filter if folks want to take it there. I have absolutely no filter. I will go low like Little John and the East Side Boys. I'm getting low. I'm getting low like Weekends at Bernie. I'm the limbo king when it comes to getting low. Nothing you say will offend me. And I will get to the gutter with your ass. And I'm going to go lower and lower. I'm going to find your weakness. I'm going to find what you love, and I'm going to attack that shit with no remorse and no apology. So, but I'd rather not do that. But in case somebody want to do a pissing contest, I accept. Let's get it. I'm competitive as hell. I play Taboo. I play Monopoly. I play chess, play basketball. I go bowling. Everything I do, I'm ridiculous competitive. I don't like losing in no challenge. Spades, blackjack 21, just name it. Casino, I like to win. I don't like to lose. We could play marbles. That's some Texas shit. Hey, let's play marbles. I don't like to lose. Charades, all these little games, I will crush y'all. And y'all don't want to do Taboo with me. Y'all play Taboo? But when we have our family night, I'm like a first round draft pick in Taboo. I'm telling y'all straight up. I'm a first round draft pick in Taboo. We have family night, they're like, yo, I got Ron. When we do Taboo, I got he on my team right there. Because I'm listening. When you trying to guess those words, I'm on it. No, she said no. You said clown. That's on the card. You can't say clown. You said clown. Get out of here. Time. When it comes to Taboo, I'm that guy. I'm a first round draft pick family night. You dig? So I'm telling y'all, I'm super competitive. I can show y'all, I got videos of me playing basketball, shooting the ball. I made 13 threes in a row, 12 threes in a row. I went bowling. I broke the camcorder. I bowled a 269, strict on live, whatever. Now, everything I do, I try to be the best in. I can log in right now and play chess and kick niggas' ass, I can't say N-word, but kick trolls' asses. But whatever I do, I'm a perfectionist. I try to be the best. If y'all look at my notes, they're so neat. I write only in cursive. They're so neat. Yeah, but I'm that guy. I'm super competitive. I do not like to lose. So when I debate, I don't lose because I don't like to lose. So I'm always overstudied. What's the topic? I'm going to wake up 3 o'clock. I'm going to get 3 hours of sleep, Donnie. I'm going to wake up. I'm going to go to bed 12 o'clock, wake up 3 o'clock, and study all day long. I'm going to anticipate what you likely going to say, and I'm going to rebut that. Okay, then what is she going to say now? I'm going to rebut that. Okay, what he going to say now? I'm going to rebut that. I'm going to have rebuttal. That's why I don't lose debates. There's no recording where I lost a debate, by the way. And I got hella debates on my channel. This channel right here, if y'all go to this channel and see my debates, I got hella debates. I don't lose debates because I'm so well studied. So that's why I want to call in. I'm going to call in Myron Gaines, Fresh and Fit podcast. I'm going to debate Myron Gaines on. I'm gonna pick up where he and Tariq Nasheed left off at. I'm going to debate him. I'm going to utterly destroy him, and I'm gonna have my own recording, and I'm gonna bring it here. And what's up? What's up? And when I bring that recording here, and when I throw that Cash App in the chat, I don't want nobody crying, complaining. No. This dude is an FBA troll. And if I can show you that I kicked his ass flawlessly, I throw that Cash App in there, I want some support. Anyway, look at this Italian guy claim.
A Don, Sicilian, yeah. But I'm also from New York City. It's a whole different. New York City is a whole culture in and of itself.
No doubt.
You know? So if you don't know, I'll school you on that.
No,
you know, I don't even know where you're from,
yeah.
to be honest.
So Tariq Nasheed from LA to know so much about New York, I find that impressive. So I watched, you know, I'm into boxing. I'm a big boxing fan. So this is a guy, he called himself 78 Sports TV. He's from like Wisconsin. For him to know so much about New York, I find that impressive. Because what the Italian guy said was true. Like New York is his own animal, just like Florida is and California is. You dig? So for Tariq Nasheed and for 78 Sports TV, YouTube channel, sports guy, check him out. He's kind of cool. But if you're into boxing, but for them to know so much about New York, I really find that impressive. Like, yeah, how the hell you not from New York and you know so much about New York? 78 Sports TV is from Wisconsin, Tariq's from California, but they know so much about New York. I just find that fascinating. Like, how do you know? Like, to not never live there? I think 78 has some type of experience there in New York. We lived there. But even then, like, still, how do you know so much about New York from a small state? I find that impressive. So when Fat Joe tried to dismiss Tariq because he's not from New York, I say, nah, brother, you can't do that. Like, he knows a lot about New York politics. So, you can't do that. You can't dismiss him because he's not from New York. Can't do that. Because he has proven to know a lot about New York politics. He knows the difference between the boroughs. Like, like this dude he has a legitimate opinion. He knows Bronx different from Harlem, from Brooklyn and Yonkers. Like, if you know that, you got an official opinion for New York. We can't dismiss that at all. Because I'm not from Cali, I know nothing about Cali. I'm not from Miami, I'm not from Florida. I know nothing about Florida and Atlanta and Houston. So for these guys to know a lot about New York politics, I gotta salute them. And be from the other side of the damn country, I gotta salute you. Because that's some real shit. So when this Italian guy said New York is his own animal, that's 100% correct. And so is Florida. And so is Cali.
I'll school you on that.
No,
I don't even know what.
So same day, I agree. And that's why I had Commando said this distribution center. I know. But I'm glad you called in, bro, because you confirm your identity to me. So Parley said we were enslaved, not slaves. I agree 100%. And that's why I'm careful not to say slaves. I'm careful because even Abraham Lincoln did not acknowledge us as slaves. He called us enslaved people. So yeah, I'm very careful not to say slaves. Okay, not to say slave labor, but forced labor. So yes, I try to be. If I'm wrong, correct me. If I mess up, correct me. But I'm really careful to say forced labor instead of slave labor, and enslaved instead of slaves. So I'm very mindful of the differences because it really matters. It really matters to be enslaved and to be a slave, and slave labor from forced labor. There is a big difference, and it matters. And I learned this year, not last year, not 10 years ago. I'm telling you, I'm learning on the fly. I learned this year the difference between enslaved, not the difference, but the importance of enslaved versus slaves. I learned for myself the difference. So I try to be very mindful not to say slaves, but rather forced labor and enslaved people. All right?
Where you're from,
yeah,
to be honest.
What's on your mind?
But definitely don't just group me in with Caucasian, bro. Southern Italians had it very rough. They were called the N-word. They were lynched. You sound like you know a lot of.
You see this? So he's right. He's right. Italians, Irish people, and some other folks do not want to be grouped in as white people Europeans or Caucasians. They want to be acknowledged as where they come from. Ireland, and Italy. This is an actual fact. And when they do that, that's called delineating. Delineating is what? The word line, when you say delineate, the word line is there. It literally means drawing a line. So you're saying, I am of this race, but I'm different culturally. I'm different ethnically. I'm not from Turkey. I'm not from Ireland or Russia or Armenia. I'm from Italy. When you make that stance, you are drawing a line, carving yourself a piece of territory on this earth. You're saying, I'm different than every other European. I'm Italian. So everything he said, I have no problem with what he said so far.
About history, so
yeah, I know that. I know that they called you guineas. They called you guineas when you came.
They called us the N-word too.
I know, and guinea is.
Hey yo, he said Mossy Word Clan did a job on him. Sean's my boy. I won't debate Sean. He's my boy, but I will debate a Sean, somebody who's down with him. I like Sean, my boy. I'm not debating Sean, but I will debate somebody else. Like Kofi. Kofi is scared as hell of me. Kofi and Javen Bullets, them two they got all the troll videos about Tariq Nasheed, but these two guys are afraid to come over here to have a grown man conversation. Haven Bullets, Javen Bullets, whatever the hell his name is, him and Kofi Pasai, they are I called them both out numerous occasions. They are afraid to have a grown man conversation. I sent them an invitation. You know what they did? They sent me an invitation back. I said, what? Wait, hold on. How I invite you, but you invite me? How that? Where do you do that at? Now, I don't mind being quid pro quo, even exchange. You come to me because I sent the first invitation. I come to you. I don't mind that. But also, True Story. True Story been saying some slick shit. I want True Story in. I want Kofi, and I want who else? True Story and Kofi. Who else? But I want these guys, Haven Bullets. I want these guys to pull up. They are so terrified of Unbiased Ron. These guys are terrified. Terrified, man. Scared of me, yo. I ain't scared of nobody. These guys are afraid to have a conversation. We're just talking. We're not wrestling, fighting, take 3 steps and shoot. We're just talking. These guys are so afraid, but they got all the answers, Sway. So afraid.
For African.
So exactly. Thank you. 100%. Where are you from, by the way? I'm curious. Where are you from?
But you mentioned the lynching. As far as being lynched, you guys got paid for that. They gave y'all reparations. And
No. Kofi's a smoke kind of guy. He been talking real reckless. I've been on his channel, by the way. If you go to his last couple channels, he been mentioning me by name. I've been active in his chat. Okay, he knows this name. He knows who FBA defensive unit is. He knows who I am. Okay. So no, he's a smoke guy because he gonna offer me an invitation. So no. And again, you don't gotta be a smoke guy down there. You just we're just having we're not debating, we're just talking. A debate comes afterwards. So you talk first, and if he stands on what he stands on, and I stand on what I stand on, and that's when a debate happens. But you gotta talk to first see where we just not gonna agree on. And when we not going to agree on something, that's when we say, okay, let's debate. But so we're not debating, we're having a conversation because I simply want to know, hey, what's your problem with Tariq? And then what's your problem with FBAs? Like I do everybody else. I start with Tariq first. Then I say, okay, cool. Now what's your problem with FBAs? Now I want Brother Reggie to come back. I hollered at him. He said he would. But he's been dodging. But I want Brother Reggie to come back. Okay, because I was very nice to him most of the time where I was But now I'm just gonna be normal. I'm not gonna be nice. I'm not gonna be mean. I'm gonna be normal. I don't want to be nice no more. I want to be normal. I want to be myself. I don't want to be. I don't want to be extra nice. No, let's just talk. See, nice is an emotion. Okay, I don't want to be nice or mean. I want to be normal. I don't want no emotions. Yeah, true story. That's my boy. Like, true, yo, me and Truth. Donnie, bro, you slipping, bro. Yeah, I used to always, like, during the pandemic, I used to always send True Story in, a donation. $5 all the time, bro. Because he be having good information. True Story came on my channel so many. This channel right here, bro. Look, Donnie. Just go to my channel. Just go to search and type in True Story in, and you'll see all of my dialogues with True Story and Rob Bourne. I keep trying to tell y'all, everybody knows who I am. Okay? Everybody know I am. Just go to my search, go to my channel, and it says videos, click on the search button and type in True Story, type in Rob Bourne, type in whoever name, and they're gonna pop up, bro. Everybody knows who I am, man. Okay, and I believe that they are all afraid to have a dialogue with me on this subject. They all know I'm a wop, fuck them up. They all know that. Now, there's certain people who I won't debate. I'm not debating Rob Bourne. I'm not debating Sean. Like this, I'm not debating Chief X. Like that, there's certain people who I won't debate. It's just whatever. Right? We just agree to disagree. So there's certain folks I'm not debating no matter what, just out of respect. But True Storian, I will debate him. I will have a dialogue with him. But Rob Bourne, Sean, those guys, Ujawu, I'm not debating those guys. You dig? But so some people off limits and some people are not. You dig? Okay, so let's go.
Pay off Italy. So they had to apologize to the Italian government after they lynched the Italians. I think that was down in Louisiana where they did.
What year was that?
Sometime in the 1800s. They did a mass lynching of a lot of Italians because the
The mass lynching was around 1891.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken.
Right. It was in 1800s, like I said, 1800s, and it was down in.
I'm talking about the reparations. When did the reparations come?
That I'm not sure, but I know it came pretty soon because they had to apologize to the Italian government and they had to pay the family, the people who were lynched. So, but anyway, what's going on?
Well, they fucked the Italians anyway. And
hold on. What is that blue highlight shit in the background? I don't know what that is. That's pissing me off. Look at this
1924 with the Immigration Act that basically stopped all immigration from southern Italy at that time.
All right, hold on. Let me. What is that blue highlight? I didn't highlight nothing. What is that?
Scarface, speak on it.
Hey, what's going on, brother? Reparations come?
That I'm not sure, but I know it came pretty soon because they had to apologize to the Italian government and they had to pay the family, the people who were lynched. So, but anyway, what's going on?
Well, they fucked the Italians anyway in 1924 with the Immigration Act that basically stopped all immigration from southern Italy.
Okay, so let me expound on that. Okay, so he's talking about that's the second. So the first one was 1917 and 1914. I can't remember. But the first one was 1914, 1917, and the second was 1924. So for you guys who've been on this channel for a little while now, you guys know I've been speaking about the 1924 Immigration Act. And I think it was 1917 or 14. I can't remember, Immigration Act. So what he's saying is right, okay? So before that, Italians was pouring into this country unfiltered like illegals today, like, Mexicans, basically. And the United States was like, oh, they realized that's a problem. So they passed the 1914 or 20 or 17 Immigration Act, and then they made it more strict with the 1924 Immigration Act, which literally halted pretty much. So he's not lying. So it pretty much halted all of Italians at that point. So what I know is that after that law, so 90% of Italians in this country today came in here before that law. So after that law, damn near no Italians were allowed in this country. Okay, so he's not lying with that. So he's right.
At that time?
Yeah, but they start letting you be white around that time too, around 19.
No.
No, it's really after World War II.
Yeah, no, that's not true. They were not white at that time. They were white. So with the Italian guy is more correct. Tariq's wrong. They were white later. They were white later. They, like he said, around World War II, a little later, they were white. But they were not white around the time they were limited coming to this country. If they were white, they wouldn't have had a restriction, right? It's called the 1924 Immigration Restriction Act. So they were restricting Italians and other Southern and Eastern Europeans coming over here. So Tariq's wrong right there. The Italian guy is right.
Too.
Right.
The Italians fought in World War II that they started doing that.
Yeah, they started classifying.
But there were also guys that started getting prominence in the 1930s that were encouraging Italian Americans to assimilate, and But there's a lot of actually you were kind of leading into where I'm going with this, which is that these Italian Americans also paved a lot of the ways for Black Americans.
Okay, so now he's lying, right? And that's why I'm playing this video. Now he's lying. They ain't paid no way at all for FBA-DOS. They ain't paid no way at all for us. He's lying now.
Not really. Go ahead.
Well, you had the anarchists as early as 1901 that were, using violence against oppressors and tyrants. There's a lot of different ways. There was Vito. What the fuck was his name again? Mark Cantonio, who was, ran, most of the neighborhoods in New York that were Italian, but that are Black now, were used to be Italian.
Well, the thing is, the thing is, the Italians would actually, when they commit crimes, they would oftentimes hide in Black neighborhoods. They would hide from the authorities, especially during the 1930s, when they had that big crime wave with, Babyface Nelson, Dillinger, and that whole crime with Italians, and a lot of them would hide. The mafia would hide in Black neighborhoods. So I wouldn't say they did anything.
I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to get some kind of resource on that. Yeah, I'd never heard about that.
Yeah, but I wouldn't think they actually helped us because they came over and benefited.
Well, sure. I mean, look up Vito Marcantonio. He's the guy that was running Harlem in the 1930s. He was a very early civil rights activist. He, pushed for a lot of that. I mean, if it wasn't for the Italian Americans are the ones that got all the labor laws passed.
Okay, so
before the labor laws, there was horrific abuse of all the Americans that were working during the Industrial Revolution. When the factories went up, they were losing 10% of their workforce a week to death. They were losing 10%. They had children working. Nobody gave a fuck. They had them working 18, 20 hours a day, 6-7 days a week. So the Italians fought for the labor laws
but that wasn't
that Black Americans benefited from.
So now Tariq, he's a human being. He's not a robot. He's not AI. So there's some things, he don't know everything basically. So he didn't know that the guy was lying. So when he said 1930, let me back it up. And this is why I'm the researcher for most people. Look.
Us because they came over and benefited.
Well, sure. I mean, in the 1930s, he was a very early civil rights activist.
So now this fool said 1930, he's done. Because you got A. Philip Randolph who was doing this shit in the early 1920s. So 1930, dude, what are you talking about? So now, what I would have did, Donnie, I would have asked him, sir, who is A. Philip Randolph? I don't know. Then shut up. If you don't know what A. Philip Randolph is, then shut up. with this bullshit you talking.
Activist. He, pushed for a lot of that. I mean, if it wasn't for the Italian Americans are the ones that got all the labor laws passed.
Well,
okay, so he's lying. The Italians had built an alliance with FBA-DOS to get the labor laws passed. This guy's a liar. They linked up with A. Philip Randolph and other black leaders at the time to get these things passed. So this guy is a filthy Italian piece of shit. But that's why I say you guys got to put respect on A. Philip Randolph's name. And I'm like the main guy that you got that name from. Okay? A. Philip Randolph is the reason why. He is half of the reason why. Because he linked up with the Italians and other black men. But A. Philip Randolph linked up with the Italians to get all these child labor laws passed and labor union act, whatever passed. That's A. Philip Randolph with the Italians. So we can't say we did it by ourselves, and they can't say they did it by themselves. We did it together. Italians and blacks came together with A. Philip Randolph, and they got these labor laws passed where he's lying, saying the Italians did it themselves. This is a piece of shit, lying ass Italian.
For the labor laws, there was a horrific abuse of all.
So, Love Mark, good question. He said, why people say Anglo-Saxon if they were British and English people here, right? So, Anglo-Saxons is kind of tricky. Right? It's kind of tricky, but Anglo-Saxons, from what I know, are supposed to be Northern and Western Europeans, right? And by that standard, the British would be Anglo-Saxon.
All the Americans that were working during the Industrial Revolution, when the factories went up, they were losing 10% of their workforce a week.
Okay, so everything he's saying now is a lie. The fact that you said Italians and you didn't consider A. Philip Randolph and black folks working together with him, he's lying. And Tariq, again, he's a human being. He's not a robot. He's not aware of A. Philip Randolph. He's never, ever said the name. It's okay because he's human like us. I don't know everything too. There's some names I never said. But this what makes Tariq human. He doesn't know. He's not that aware of A. Philip Randolph. I am. Okay, make that clear. I am. I know A. Philip Randolph was involved with the Italians to pass all these labor laws and child labor laws, union labor laws. A. Philip Randolph, he is responsible for the first black union in the country. All right? So A. Philip Randolph, again, I love Malcolm X, I love these other guys, but they can't come near A. Philip Randolph. Okay, there's a reason why white society big up Malcolm X and they don't name A. Philip Randolph. There's a reason why they big up Malcolm X and they don't say Robert F. Williams. There's a reason why that. All right, so you got to be careful who the people white folks build up. A. Philip Randolph, that March to Washington, that was his idea. That was not Dr. King's idea. No. A. Philip Randolph threatened to march to Washington. Okay, because he's getting older and Dr. King was on the scene. He was the young youth movement and getting all the attention. So he brought the idea to Dr. King. They collaborated, and guess what? A. Philip Randolph. He spoke at the 1964 Washington March. He spoke. That was his idea. He was a big dog that none of us know about, but he was a big dog. He spoke at Washington, D.C. 1964, the March for Washington, the March on Washington, A. Philip Randolph spoke along with Dr. King. He was a big dog, and all black leaders, including W. Du Bois, respected him. Okay, he was an OG in every sense of the word and the definition. All right, and it seems like I alone made his name relevant. You got all these Hoteppers and Pan-Africanists and Brother Reggie's, and we don't hear these names coming from them. We don't hear these names coming from them. These Brother Reggie's, and they claim they know these guys in advance. Why you ain't talking about them? Why you talking about these goofy niggas? You know what I mean? These goofy ninjas, these goofy trolls. Why are you not talking about A. Philip Randolph and Robert F. Williams? Why? Like, again, Malcolm X was a great guy, but he can't tie the shoes of A. Philip Randolph or Robert F. Williams at all. Zero. Don't even mention Malcolm X in the same company as these guys, or the Black Panthers, or all these other goofy Negroes that we talk about. They can't, John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben, all these guys, do not mention them in the same breath of Robert F. Williams and A. Philip Randolph. They have not done anything remotely close to them. I got the phone number for you guys to challenge me. Call in and tell me how Malcolm X and all these other clowns came close to the works and accomplishments of A. Philip Randolph and Robert F. Williams. I'm open to hear this bullshit. Okay, just ask for the phone number and we can have this discussion. Because I know you don't know more about these guys more than me. All right?
To death. They were losing 10%. They had children working. Nobody gave a fuck. They had them working 18, 20 hours a day, 6, 7.
And so he's lying. Because I already showed that Black folks aligned themselves with Italians to get these things passed. So it was a joint effort. So he's lying. Everything he's saying is a lie. And I wish like hell a Pan-Africanist call in. A Pan-Africanist, your worst nightmare is to call in my life. That's your worst nightmare.
7 days a week. So the Italians fought for the labor laws
but that wasn't
that Black Americans benefited from.
But that
wasn't so he lied. He lied. Let me fast forward because I can't stand a lie. He lied right there. And man, I wish I was more in tune with this. See, this is most likely Clubhouse. I just recently got on Clubhouse, but I wish like hell I could have called in. I would have cooked this goddamn worthless Italian, man. Oh my God, I would have cooked this guy. I would have raised my hand, whatever you gotta do to get on and talk. I would have cooked this guy. So at some point, hey Donnie, I know for a fact at some point, Tariq Nasheed is gonna know who I am by name. Because I already beat up Chaotic Truth, who's a Tariq Nasheed troll. Myron wants to do a rematch. I'm gonna cook him, and I guarantee you, I'm telling you guys, I guarantee you, I'm gonna be a regular call-in when Tariq had these issues with these clowns. I'm gonna be like how you got other folks, calling in and talking. I'm gonna be a regular to call in and cook these guys because I just know too much, and I'm a great debater on top of knowing stuff. You dig? So I'm different. And yeah. Okay. You want to turkey sausage? Okay.
So yeah, we
Black Americans benefited from it, though.
But we benefited from our own labor, though. As foundational Black Americans, we benefited from our own labor. We built the country, so we benefited from our own labor.
Well, you didn't build the cities. The Italians built.
Okay, so he's still lying. So now, I don't like that argument that Tariq proposed that we built the country. I don't like that because that's not necessarily true. We definitely built 50%. Okay, so to say we built 100% of the country, I don't like that angle. I think that's extreme, and it's not really true. So I wouldn't put that burden on myself to say we built the country. I would, because that's just not true. That's just not true. Okay, but we did do 50%. So we're still foundational because 50% means you're a part owner, right? Clearly, you're 50%. So we are 50% part owners. But to say we built the country, that's absolutely untrue. We were strong in certain areas, and now look. You can say this though. This is a better argument. You can say that we contributed to everything foundational in this country. That's a fact. But to say we built the country, that's not historically correct. there's some things that we were the minority in. Okay, and I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it right now because I want to debate it. All right, so I'd rather debate it. I don't want to say it. Get down. So I don't want to say it. I'd rather debate it. So anybody who thinks we built the country 100%, call in. That's one thing I don't like is misinformation. So I would even challenge Tariq on this one. Like Tariq could call in, and I cook him too on this talking point. We did not build the country 100%. There's things we did not really we contributed, but it was like really minute and minor. And I know what those things were because I'm a real researcher. So I don't like that talking point that Tariq went with. I don't like that. Yes. Okay. Now he already ate. Okay. Yes. I don't like that angle, man. Like, let's just stick to factual shit, bro. Like, let's just stick to what we actually did. MC Fact, they brought you up earlier. They said the Masi clan made you a Pan-Africanist or a Hotepper.
Cities and the Irish and you know all the cities that Black Americans migrated to by choice in the early 1900s. They did the same thing that you're saying that the African immigrants are doing.
If the Italians did that, why didn't they build the shit in Italy?
They did. It was the Roman Empire. What are you talking about? They built a million things in Italy.
Yeah. So this guy's lying, and I want him to get to the labor union. So let me just fast forward to him lying about the labor unions. And we could just go to Jeff, like, because Jeff was a little more entertaining. So let me just go to his labor union lie, and then we'll go to Jeff. I plan to be live to like early in the AM. I might fall asleep. So let's see. Oh shit. Let's see. Okay. I want. So let me just fast forward. Yeah, so all right, so I guess that's it. So that's it on this guy. So I want to point out that he lied about Black folks should be thankful about labor laws and child labor laws. All those things that Italians were fighting for, they had an alliance with us. We took part in all of their fights. As far as union laws, labor laws, we were right there, shoulder to shoulder. So he's lying about, we got to thank him. So again, I would love to talk to a type of, this Italian. I wish I could have called in. Yes. Okay, good. Go over. So I wish I could have called in and spoke to this guy because I would have definitely cooked him and embarrassed him. But you know, that's hindsight. So let me go to Jeff.
The Chinese, they got a home country that'll help them out. Well, y'all, those dudes don't remember over in the Ukraine when the Ukraine was throwing them under the bus. Them Nigerians.
Yeah. So Nate Turner, I have all of those. So Nate Turner said we built the country by not only labor, but by the money they made off our free labor. U.S. wouldn't have had any money to build the country. So Nate, I have all of those stats. Okay, I have all of those stats. I do, right? I don't know about everybody else, but I have all of those stats, Nate. All of them. That's why I say I will cook anybody on this topic. But I also know what lies are too. So if I know what's wrong information as well. So if Tariq says something that's wrong, I got to call it out. I'm unbiased. I can't be biased, right? Here you go. Go see that weekly sausage. So yeah. So Nate, I have all of that. I know how much money the North made off our free labor. I know about the slaves in the North. Listen, man, I'm literally him. Right? So let's read some more comments there. Yeah, so to say we built the country is just wrong. And all you gotta do is call in. I'll ask you a question about what did we take part in this that was also foundational. If you say no, then you lost. Because there was other things being built in this country that was foundational. And if we didn't play a huge part in that area, then we did not build the country solely. So I'm going to ask you about other things that help build the foundation of this country. If you admit we didn't take part of it in large masses, okay, you got to concede. So that's why I say, I know what we did. I know what we didn't do, right? In mass numbers, because I'm an unbiased researcher. So, but I would say 50-50. I'll say 50% of the foundation of this country were through us for sure. But if you say 100%, that's incorrect. And the white supremacists like Jared Taylor will cook you. So we want to stay factual. We don't want to be, you know what I mean? Like, let's not put ourselves in that position to even be called out. Let's stay factual. That's why MC Fact said the fact is that most Mossy guys like a woman either mistreating or going through menopause. He wants to scream, use lots of he said use lots of profanity. I suspect he might be a pet athlete and says it. Yo, you are funny. The Mossy guy's not a friend of FBI. You think? Nah, but I like Sean though. Sean's my guy. Sean's my guy. Nah, Sean is thorough. You know, Sean just needs, you know, like, listen, this one needs to happen. I gotta sit down and have a conversation with Sean. No debate, just a conversation. I gotta have a sit down talk to Rob Bourne. No debate. Now, I do want to debate the true story now. But Rob Bourne, a sit down conversation. I do want to have a sit down conversation with Chief X, but Chief X got like his father is like dealing with something serious, so that won't happen for a while. And I do want Brother Reggie back over here, okay? Because Brother Reggie, you know, he been saying some slick stuff, and he's been like playing, like he's been really, really, you know, slippery. You know, like, and you know, when you're slippery, you're really being deceptive. So I can say Brother Reggie's being deceptive. Okay.
Syrian students, Nigeria wasn't even helping them. They were over there in the Ukraine calling us for help. They were all on TV. Where's Beyonce?
My question to you is, you keep
need permission. I don't quite remember. What's up, Jeff? Come on, Jeff. I see you raising your hand. Hop on, Jeff.
All right. So Jeff is a medium tier white supremacist. He's medium tier. Hold on. Oh, it's done. Let's get it. Sit down. Sit down. You like something, right? Okay. We're back. Okay, we're back. Yeah, so Jeff is a medium tier white supremacist. I would say like the Jared Tellers. I got him too. And tomorrow I'll play some Jared Teller stuff. But Jared Teller is like top tier white supremacist, right? He's more clever than Jeff. Okay, so Jeff is going to mix more blatantly falsehood with truthhood. All right, so let's go. So Nate said, what we didn't build physically was built by the bread we made. That's why I say we built this country, bro, for sure, not the entire country. Yeah, but bro, you listen, man. What I'm saying is Nate, what I'm saying is this. I'm saying, Nate, I love you. And I don't want you to go out there and debate top tier white supremacists like Jared Taylor. Okay? That's not going to work with Jared Taylor. With Jeff, you see, so I'm going to play Jeff and Tariq. And Jeff was kind of like trying to hold his own. Tariq got him, but Jeff was holding on strong. The Jared Tellers, the Nick Fuentes, Nick Fuentes is weak too. Nick Fuentes on the same level as Jeff. But the Jared Tellers, the Ben Shapiro's, the Candace Owens, they more top tier. Okay. That's not going to work with them. It's not going to work. Okay. I'm telling you, it's not going to work. I've been watching them debate. I've been watching their talking points. That's not going to work. They're more clever. They're more educated. It's not going to work. They're Harvard graduates. That's not going to work. Okay. That's not going to work. You will not get away with saying, we built the country debating Ben Shapiro. He's going to cook you. Okay. That's just not an angle to take. The fact is we did not build the country 100%, 50% for sure. 60% maybe. You could argue 60%. But to say 70, 80, 30, that's just going to be wrong. That's the fact. It's a fact. And again, if you call in, I could tell you how it's wrong because I got a few questions for you. But you got to call in for those questions. Okay? I ain't going to do it, right now. You got to call in for those questions. But I got questions I know you can't answer. Okay? And you can't answer honestly. You got to lie, right? But if you answer honestly, then you're admitting we didn't build the country 100%. So you can't answer these questions honestly, neither could Tariq Nasheed, because it's just not true. I mean, I wish it was, but it's not. There's other things in this country that was done that helped build the foundation that we had little part of, tiny part of, small percentage part of. That's just a fact. And I deal with reality. And that's why I don't lose in debates, because I don't get emotional. I don't, have an agenda. I just deal with the facts. And I'll say we're foundational because we 50% contributed to the foundation of this country. But I'm not going to say over 60%. I'm not saying that, because that's an L. Debating guys like Ben Shapiro and Jared Taylor, that's an L. And maybe even lose to Candace Owens. All right. So I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Hey, MC Fact, sometimes you guys debate people through their emotions. That's just it, bro. And look, listen, guys, I need you guys to tell me a time. I'll do it tomorrow. Tell me a guaranteed time where you're available to learn chess from scratch. I'm telling you guys, I'm willing to show you guys how to play chess from scratch. Like you're a straight newbie, but you got to be guaranteed present. Because I normally charge $30 an hour to teach chess. But for my FBA family, ADOS family, Freeman family, I do it for free. But I don't want to waste time, okay? And that's why I charge, because people who pay ain't going to be on time. If you guys want to learn chess from scratch, right, I got you. But you got to be present, or I'm not going to ever do it again. So, because I take that shit serious. But when you learn chess, MC Fact, Nate, Jaquan, When you learn chess, Donnie, you will know how to handle people who are just different. So Sean being emotional, I can still get my point across because I understand how to play chess. It don't make sense to you guys right now, but when you learn how to play chess a little bit, it'll make more sense. So Sean being emotional won't be enough to not get what I want to get done. I could work with that. I could work in between that. I can actually control him. I can control his emotions. Okay? But trust me, man, I do this. I got so much tolerance and patience that it won't bother me. Like the emotion stuff won't bother me. I can work with that. I can work through that and still get shit done. And that because I know how to play chess. Chess is about strategies and tactics and proper planning. You know, proper preparation prevents poor performances. That's chess. And I applied that in all of my dealings in life. Okay, so when I was debating that weirdo Tiffany, people cringe watching the debate. Like, yo, how'd you have so much tolerance? That's because I play chess. When you play chess, you got to have extreme patience to be good. Okay. All right. So Jaquan said, I know how to play chess. All right. So then you know. Then you can feel where I'm coming from. Yeah. So Jaquan said he don't want to debate Ben, Candace, or Jared. He always say they're a waste of time. Yeah. So I disagree with that, Jaquan. I disagree with Tariq with that excuse. No. Ben Shapiro and Candace and Jared are more important to debate than a Myron. Okay, they are more important. So I kind of agree with Jay on that one. Ben Shapiro, Jared, and Candace, they got the influence. Ben Shapiro got like 10 million subscribers. Candace owns like 4 million, and Jared Taylor probably got 7 million. Those people are way more relevant and influential than a piece of shit Myron Gaines. Okay, so I agree with Jay. Tariq, that's like a cop-out. Like, no, you want to talk. The goal is to talk to the Ben Shapiro's, the Jared Taylors, and the Candace Owens. That is the goal, not to run from them, but to go meet them head on. And bro, I was AAJ. I was trolling Candace Owens like hell to debate her on birth control. But of course, she ain't gonna see me. I'm a nobody. So I expected no response, no reply. She got 4 million. She got 4 million subscribers. You dig? Her comment section like 20,000 deep. She ain't gonna find my little piss ant comment in there. But I still put my bid in. It can't say, hey, let's talk about birth control. Because I know she can't fuck with me. But the likeliness of her acknowledging me is slim. And that's why I say I need more support. So now, YouTube did kill my momentum. We got 20 people watching now. I love y'all. I appreciate every last one of y'all. Y'all keep me motivated and inspired. But before the 20-day suspension, there was double here. There was triple here. There was quadruple here. There's 40, 60, 80, 100 live viewers before my 20-day suspension. So YouTube and Tether were successful in killing my momentum, killing my feed, my live feed, because I was in everybody's feeds. People was coming over. So I got to pretty kind of start backwards, you dig? I'm up to that. Go over there. Go up. Go. So don't drop it. Don't drop it. Come here. You're gonna drop it. Come sit down. Come. Don't drop it. Dad's gonna eat it. Okay. Stay right here. Go. Dad's gonna eat it. Stay right here. Go. Yeah. So, but realistically, for me to attract a Jared Taylor, a Candace Owens, and Ben Shapiro, I'm going to need way like 10 times, 50 times more than supporters because these, like I said, 7 million, 10 million, 4 million subscribers, they don't see me at all. I would need some real live viewings and likes to get on their radar. You dig? So right now I'm like super far from that. Tariq don't want to debate them. I do. I know Bishop Pierre's going to talk in circles. I'm prepared for that bullshit. But Jared Taylor and Candace Owens, they're going to be more easier. Okay? And Candace Owens she's actually dumb. I don't respect her intelligence at all. She's a regurgitator. But I believe Ben Shapiro and Jared Taylor will be tougher because they're more thinkers. They're more independent thinkers. They have their own arguments. They have their own talking points. Candace Owens does not. She got borrowed talking points. She's actually an idiot. Okay, Piers Morgan always embarrassing. So she regurgitates other people's talking points. But Ben Shapiro and Jared Taylor will be tougher. Okay, I will probably need a part 2, part 3 with them. Because part 1, they probably going to catch me off guard with some aha, gotcha moments. I'm not going to lie. But I think the more I talk to them, I'm going to cook them. Right? Because, they Harvard graduates. They're smart. They're smart. I mean, there's no way to put it. They're very smart and intelligent, and they know how to be wickedly, crafty. So I can imagine my first time, second time talking to them, it might not go the way I wanted to go. But I know for a fact, third, fourth, fifth time talking to them, I will cook them. Because you can't lie but so many times. I'm going to research a lie and have a rebuttal, and that's how it's going to go. But they won't, my views, my subscription, they don't see me at all. I'm not famous. I'm not popular. It's over. Okay. So, but they can, I cook Chaotic Truth. And if I cook Myron Gaines, I keep cooking these underlings, they might see me that way. But I, unlike Tariq, I want Jared Taylor. I want Candace Owens. I want Bishop Shapiro. I want Louder Crowder. I want these loudmouth white supremacists. Because I really don't believe they could fuck with me when it comes to this history in this country. I really don't believe they can. So you will bounce back like rubber. Yeah, Nate. It's going to, because I'm diligent, I'm honest, and as long as y'all support when y'all can. I'm not saying drop y'all important shit, come over here. But when y'all can support, just do it. I don't care if you guys just put me on mute, open another tab, and do what you do. I don't care. Just make sure that this channel is getting your views. Like the video. Like I said, I don't care if you put me on mute, open a new tab, and do something else. Just make sure my channel is getting your views and likes, and I will do the best I can to get these folks over here. I don't run from any smoke. You see me talking to Brother Reggie, Chaotic Truth, the weirdo Tiffany. You see me talking to these Stupees and Hancocks, these clowns. I want these guys to pull up. Okay, but a lot of them, like the Garfields, like they kind of know how I give it up, so they're not gonna pull up because they know I'm well researched. They know me personally. They're not gonna pull up. But the Chaotic Truth, they don't know me, so they'll pull up and be a fool. Myron doesn't know me, so he'll pull up. But people who know me, they're not gonna pull up, bro. They know me. Like I know these folks. I had hella dialogues with them. We know each other. And they know on this topic right here, they can't, this FBA shit, they all know they can't fuck. So they're not gonna pull up, bro. I've been calling them out. I want Kofi. That's what I want. I want Kofi. He got a loud mouth. Now he got a loud mouth. I want him. That's what I want. But he's ducking and dodging and all type of shit. Shapiro is a racist. Yeah. He is. He's 100%. I mean, look. MC fact. That's an interesting observation. So now you led me to say this. Jaquan said, now Candace panders to blacks all of a sudden, and she's not smart. I believe Jared Taylor's smart. I believe Ben Shapiro is wise and smart. Like those Jared Taylor's, they're actually smart. I'm sure they'll give me a run for my money. But like I said, after a couple conversations, see with those guys, in basketball, they got a best of 7, best of 5. With Ben Shapiro and Jared Taylor, I would like a best of 5, best of 7. Because I'm sure they're going to have unique arguments. I'm not prepared for, gotcha moments. Gotcha. I'm sure they're going to have that because they've been doing this shit longer. And they talk to people, way more qualified than myself. So I will need a best of 5, best of 7 with Ben Shapiro and Jared Taylor. And I guarantee you I will win. Once I see their full angle and I understand their questioning, I got them. It'll take three discussions, 4 discussions, but I promise you, they will not beat me in 3-4 discussions. I suspect the first discussion, they will have some gotcha moments. Aha. Yes. Oh, you're not good. Good job. Good job. Yes, I expect some gotcha moments and some witty bullshit, crafty, devilish shit. I expect that. But I'm telling you, 3 conversations, 4 conversations, I'm going to cook them. Okay. Yeah, but again, the only way we're going to go there, see, Tariq said he won't debate them. I don't have any filters. It's like, who's relevant? Who's the loudest about? Who's the most influential? Who's the smartest? That's what I want because I believe I'm top tier. I have no doubt in my ability. I'm not doing the Tariq shit saying nobody can get it. They can get it. They can get it. So I want Candace Owens, but I want her on birth control. I want her on birth control. I'm gonna prove something with her. I'm gonna embarrass her very quickly. She's the easiest of them. So I definitely want Candace Owens, but I doubt I'm gonna get her. So I want Myron Gaines. I'm gonna make my name off Myron Gaines. You best believe that. My name would grow big off Myron Gaines, and I'm gonna get him because he takes phone calls. I'm gonna get him. Mark my words. I'm gonna get Myron Gaines. I'm gonna get him. My preparation will guarantee a win. All right, so now listen to Jeff.
How you been, Tyreek? It's been a long time.
Okay, I don't quite remember. We talked before, Jeff?
Yeah, you got me on your YouTube channel, and I didn't give you permission, but it's all right.
Yeah, because I don't need permission because this is a public forum. But go ahead.
Jeff.
My question to you is: you keep saying you built the country from scratch,
right?
I don't like that.
When was the country done being built?
What
year?
The basic foundation of the United States was built by the mid 1800s. The basic foundation of it was built by the mid 1800s.
And you think you were the only people working?
We were the
only slave.
Sir, we were the foundation. We were the people who dug the ditches, built the bridges, built the initial homes.
Multiple people did that.
Who were the other people?
You weren't even the majority of the labor force at the beginning of the country. It was
who were the
indentured servants? You have the Irish on the railroads, the Chinese on the railroads. It took a lot more than just slavery.
If you don't stop, the Irish on the railroads, my ass.
Baltimore and Ohio,
the railroad
the first common carrier rail.
If you don't stop babbling over me with your lies, the railroad companies had enslaved foundational Black Americans by the thousands, dude. If you don't stop it, the documents and the records are there. There was a reason why these.
I'm sorry to inform you guys. All right. I'm sorry to inform you. Jeff was actually right. The railroads, we did help build the railroads, but we were like 20 to 30% involved. Jeff was right. Chinese people were like 60% involved in the railroads. So the railroads was not something we did. That was like we took part, and I think we did the Eastern and Central, but the Chinese are the ones that brought the railroads out west. But that was their thing. That was not like we took part, but that was not our thing. So majority of folks who worked on railroads was not FBA-DOS. It was for sure Chinese people. Okay, that's why, so you got to be careful when you say we built it alone. Be careful. You will get cooked. That is a historical truth. Chinese people predominantly worked on railroads more than us. It was not even close. All right, so Tariq's not right there.
These railroad companies own foundational Black Americans who were building these railroads all up and down.
Yeah, you're right, but a small percentage of us they had out there working on railroads, bro. That's what you don't know.
East Coast and miss me with the Chinese people built them because they came in later to expand the railroad system to the west. So let's stop the lies, okay? Go.
It don't matter if later or early. The fact is that they contributed more to railroads than us. That's just a simple Google fact. Anybody can Google it. It's real simple. And I'm not trying to argue back and forth. That's just goofy. When you think of railroads, Chinese are there for a reason, not us. You think of cotton, that's us. You think of sugar, rice, shit like that, that's us. Okay? Railroad tracks, you think of Chinese people, man. That's just a historical fact. And I ain't gonna lie to y'all, I want y'all to be smart, prepared, but railroad tracks, that's Chinese shit.
Go ahead. You're not gonna just lie and babble. We're gonna slow down.
Yeah, no, they got paid. They got paid, MC Fact, but that's not the argument. That's not Tariq's argument. Tariq is saying he's rebutting Jeff by saying we predominantly did the railroads. Predominantly did the railroad. That's false. That's false. That's just a fault. Yes, they got paid. So down MC Fact, you're right. We were, because I took that angle too, but I'm like, you know what? That don't dismiss Jeff's point. Yeah, they got paid. We didn't, but it doesn't negate the fact that they predominantly built it. You know, that's their shit. I can't like put it in better words. We were minorities when it came to railroad tracks, and there's other things too. But I don't think Jeff knows history that well. So there's other things too that we were minority. Other projects where we were the minority on, but Jeff hit it on railroads. Tariq didn't know, but I'm not sure if Jeff know about the other things. Let's see.
Here's the thing. There's never a time in American history when slaves...
Hey, listen, this is a real live. MC Fact, Jaquan, Donnie, this is a real, Nate, this is a real live. You can Google it right now. And you're going to come back and say, unbiased, you're right, like I'm normally in. You're going to say, unbiased, you're right. Just Google, I can help you with the phraseology. Google the percentage on railroads, Chinese versus Black Americans or African Americans. Just do that. And come back and say, unbiased. Once again, you're right.
We're the only people working. I hope you realize that.
Who else?
Let's talk about the Polish craftsmen, the Dutch craftsmen that the Virginia company imported. See, you don't even know history.
I do know history.
Slaves were
so now, Jeff, what he's saying right now is wrong. Virginia imported what? And he's going to say something, and he's going to be wrong. Watch this.
Never the only people working. Matter of fact, they were a minority.
That's a damn lie. That's a lie. That is a damn lie.
You never passed.
There is a reason why the banking industry, the modern banking industry.
Now, Tariq is right about that. See, but that doesn't have anything. Now, Tariq is right about the banks in New York. You see? So I'm unbiased. I'm going to be real when you're right, and I'm going to be real when you're wrong. So when Tariq said the bank industry, he's right about that, but that has nothing to do with what they're talking about. The banking industry, yes, he's 100% correct, but that has nothing to do with the railroad tracks. Who physically labored the railroad tracks? It was the Chinese. I'm not going to be like white supremacists and tethers and lie. I'm going to be honest, because it doesn't invalidate our argument. Our argument is still validated. We just can't be caught lying like everybody else. We got to be honest with history. So Chosen said, I like Tariq, but he's too childish. Yes, he is. He's too childish. But guess what? He's a regular human being. I don't hold that against him. He's funny as hell. He's a comedian. And he admits he's petty. He admits he's childish. And I respect that. And that's why he said, yo, I'm not a childish. That's why I respect Tariq a lot. He says, for those reasons, I'm not your leader. You got to respect that. A guy who got hella influence, who is smart, who knows how to debate, argue, research, and he's telling you, because of my setbacks, I'm not going to step into a leadership role. I'm childish, I'm petty, and I'm not going to be different. That's who I am, and I'm going to be that regardless of what. And I don't want to be a leader. You got to respect. I mean, Anthony Edwards said, I don't want to be the face of the NBA. Because he realized he got some drama. He got 4 baby mothers, I heard. So, you got to respect people from what they say they're not. So Tariq, yes, he's petty, he's childish, but he's a human being. There's things about us that, like, they say I'm too serious. So you said Tariq's too childish. Well, childish. They say chosen. You say Tariq's too childish, but people say I'm too serious, and they say that as a bad thing. So, like, there's no one way to do it, bro. If you're serious, that's the problem. If you're childish, that's the problem. Whatever it is, if you're FBA, is going to be a problem with it. So we got to just be us and not try to conform, because who we are, I'm the opposite Tariq, and they don't like me. So it's like, yo, just be you and do the best you can. So Nate Turner said, where did the railroad owners who own slaves get the money to pay the Chinese? Okay, that's a good question. No Doubt said, we've heard it was a majority of Chinese on railroads. I got to look into it further for sure. Hey, brother, that's a fact. All right. That's not disputed. But Nate Turner asked a good question. He said, where did the railroad owners own slaves get the money to pay? Now that's an interesting angle. Because if that money came from us, then I see where Nate going with that. If that money came from our labor, then we get credit for the Chinese involvement. So hey, Nate, I like that angle. And guess what? I'm going to research that. I'm going to look into that. Because if it turned out it was slave labor, then we get the credit for the Chinese involvement in the railroad tracks. Okay, but Nate, that's a good angle. I'm gonna say that's a good angle to come from, because that's important. Where that money come from? All right, that's a good question, and I'm gonna get the answer for you. By the way, if my money paid for something to be built, I'm with you. I'm with y'all on that. I'm with y'all on that. I'm not against y'all. I'm unbiased. I don't have an angle. I don't have an agenda. I go with the absolute truth. Whatever the truth says, that's me. I'm with that side. That's why I can't lose in the debate, because I go with the truth. I never had no angle, no agenda, no, none of that shit. Whatever is the truth, that's what I'm riding with. That's why I can't lose. That's why I'm so confident I can't lose a debate. So yeah, so that's interesting, and I'm gonna find out tonight. You dig? I'm gonna find out tonight. All right. Matter of fact, I'm gonna find out right now. Hold on. All right, so I'm about to find out right now about that question. Okay, that's a good question, and let's find out. All right, Jeff, let us know what's going on.
Industry and the modern insurance industry and the modern medical industry was born out of the enslavement and foundation of Black Americans, sir. It wasn't a minority situation. You didn't have.
Right, so I don't know what Tariq just said, but he kind of went away from the railroad tracks. All right, and the argument was the railroad tracks.
You didn't have all of those grand institutions being built out of a minority group, sir. What are you talking about?
Well, Nate Turner, we're going to find out for sure where the money came from. All right. In 1 minute.
Slaves never passed 20% of the population.
Stop it, sir.
Now, that means absolutely nothing, okay? Because we don't pass that today, but we fill up most of the prison system. You dig? Like we fill, okay, so what he just said was retarded. Because we don't pass that today, but most of us are in the penal system. So it's like, so you see what I'm saying? You see how fast I come back with a rebuttal? It's like, that don't make sense. So that doesn't make sense. All right. So I will cook Jeff. It won't even be close.
This country was 80% white.
And stop those lies, sir. In places like South Carolina, Black people were the majority.
Yeah,
if you don't stop
in the South. In 2 states in the South.
Stop it, sir. There were Black people who were enslaved by the millions in this country. We were not a minority. We were not a minority like that. They had to bring in white immigrants to throw our numbers off because there were so many of us, sir. What are you talking about?
Well, they were here before you, already exporting tobacco.
Who was
white
here before
people.
us?
The English already exporting tobacco before any slave came in the colony.
Stop it, sir.
When did slaves come in the first colony?
There were Black people coming with the Europeans.
Black people.
So, okay, so that's where he lost. Okay, when you say tobacco, that's us. When you say railroad tracks, that's Chinese. So again, it depends where Jeff want to go. Okay, now you gotta turn it down. Okay, so if you will talk railroad tracks, that's Chinese, Jeff. But if you talk tobacco, that's 80-90% us. Right. See, but you gotta know this stuff, man. But I'm cheating because I'm hindsight. I watched the debate and I fact checked it. So I'm kind of cheating. I'm kind of cheating, but they always say, stay ready so you ain't gotta get ready. All right. So I try to stay ready for white supremacists or tether or Pan-Africanists. You know what I mean? Kofi, Kofi, that dude is in fear of me. God, yeah, I never seen a grown man afraid of another grown man so bad. And he act like I'm rude. Kofi, we're gonna have listen, bro. We're gonna have a genuine conversation. I'm only gonna offer a debate if you just ignore my information. Now I gotta say, hey, you want to debate? But we gotta have a genuine conversation first. This dude is so afraid of me, but I respect it though. Like I take that as a compliment. A lot of these guys debate people all day long, but when I be like, hey, debate me, they be like, I'm good. I don't debate no more. I'm retiring. That usually what happens when I call people out. All of a sudden, they're in retirement. All right, let's go, Jeff.
Yes, because there were Black people came with the Europeans starting in the 1500s.
Yeah,
well, in 1492. Well, there were Black people
I know
with
about
Columbus.
the Florida, right? Yeah.
No, there were Black people who came with Columbus. There were Black people who showed Columbus where this place was. So wait, no, stop it. There were Black people here in the 1500s with the Spanish.
All right. So wait. All right. So that's separate. So now the Chinese laborers who built the U.S. railroads. Okay, it didn't say FBA. It said the Chinese laborers who built the U.S. railroads, particularly the Central Pacific Railroad, part of the first transcontinental railroad, were paid by railroad companies, which obtained their funds from several sources. All right, you ready? Who paid for the Chinese labor? All right, let me share my screen so you guys can read along with me. So you can't see unbiased is making this up. All right, who paid for the Chinese labor? The Central Pacific Railroad Company, led by Leland Stanford. We got names: Collis P. Huntington, Mark Hopkins, and Charles Crocker, hired Chinese laborers to build the western portion of the Transcontinental Railroad. These laborers were initially paid $26 to $35 per month, which was less than white workers, but they had to cover their own food and lodging. Right? How did the railroads get their money? It didn't tell me. So I asked them again. I said, how did railroad companies get the money to pay to the Chinese? Okay, that was grammar problems, but they got it. The railroad companies that employ Chinese laborers, particularly the Central Pacific Railroad, obtain money to pay them through a combination of government subsidies, private investments, and profits from land grants. Here's a breakdown of their funding sources. You see, I do this. This is why I am who I am. Okay? So government subsidies, private investments, and profits from land grants. I don't see anything about slave labor here so far. But U.S. government subsidies, Pacific Railroad Acts of 1862 and 1864. The U.S. federal government provided land grants and low-interest bonds to railroad companies to incentivize railroad construction. Under the Pacific Railroad Act, companies received $16,000 per mile in track in flat terrain, $32,000 per mile in hilly terrain areas, and $48,000 mile in mountain regions. Okay, the government issued bonds, loans that the railroads had to repay, but many companies profited by overcharging for construction costs. Land grants and real estate sales. The federal government granted millions of acres of land to railroad companies. The companies then sold this land to settlers, farmers, and businesses, generating huge revenue. For example, the Central Pacific and Union Pacific received over 170 million acres of land, which they sold at a profit to fund construction, private investment, and bank loans. Wealthy businessmen known as the Big Four, Leland Stanford, Collins P. Huntington, Mark Hopkins, and Charles Crocker, invested their own money into the Central Pacific Railroad. They also secured loans from banks and private investors who saw railroads as a profitable venture. 4. Labor cost manipulation and underpayment. Chinese laborers were paid less than white workers and had to cover their own food and lodging. The Central Pacific Railroad saved money by hiring Chinese workers instead of Irish or white laborers who demanded higher wages. Many workers were paid $26, $35 per month, significantly lower than white workers. 5. Credit mobilier scandal and corruption. The Union, should I go on? The Union Pacific Railroad, wait, how long is this shit? Okay, I'm almost done. The last one. Okay, so credit mobilier scandal and corruption. The Union Pacific Railroad, which built the eastern portion of the Transcontinental Railroad, created a fake company, creditor mobilier, to inflate construction costs and embezzle government funds. Stockholders and politicians made massive profits while taxpayers funded the corruption. Summary: how they paid the Chinese workers. So we got it right here. None of this shit is slave work. So let's move on. All right. It's just that simple for me. All right. So now let's move on. So none of it was slave labor. So again, Chinese folks, railroads, that's synonymous. We worked on railroads, but not to a significant degree and nowhere near the Chinese contributions. Okay. So let's just deal with facts. Let's not be like tethers. Let's not be like white supremacists and trolls. Let's just deal with the historical facts and just adjust and move forward. That's easy for me to do, and you guys got to make that adjustment. Nate, I hear what you're saying, my boy, but you gotta prove that. You're making a claim. Go get the research, paste the link in the chat. I'll click it and read it live. But you just can't say something and it's true. That's not how scholarship works. Okay? Tariq is wrong. So MC Facts said, here's an interesting article with references on slave railroad building, stories, law, slavery. Okay, brother, I'm gonna tell you right now, that website. Oh, let me see that website. I'll click it. Okay, but listen, guys, guys and gals. You know, we gotta just go. Listen, there's some shit that's said about us that just falls. The Chinese expanded the railroads further west. Let's not act like these folks don't lie. Oh no, Jay, we don't do that. Jay, we can't do that. We can't do that because Jay. Here's the problem with that argument. You can't say we can't act like they don't lie, and then when you want to make a point, you use their references. It's like, dude, I thought they lied. So you see, so listen, man, listen, guys, you guys are just talking, right? You just, and I like it because you're giving me different ideas, but it looks easier when you're in the chat. But when you're up here talking to real people face to face, it's not the same. It's not the same. So that's not going to work. The research says otherwise. No, that's not how I operate. I go with the research. Okay. Oh, nah, they lying. Who is they? See, it gets more convoluted. Like, please listen. Just listen. There was a movie called Gone in 60 Seconds. And they were saying, like, you got to be ready to leave everything you love in 60 seconds to save yourself. So I encourage you guys to adopt that philosophy when it comes to information. Whatever you believe prior and it was never proven to you, and now you're getting the research, you got to drop that shit in 60 seconds and just go with the available data. Like, listen, some stuff you believe, it just false. Some stuff white supremacists believe, it just false. Some stuff tethers believe, it just false. What makes us great is that we adjust and we stick with the truth. But if we're staying with our belief system, like you're no different than a tethered white supremacist. It's like, yo, the facts are the facts. We participated at a low percentage. That's it. There's no research. The white man lying. Okay, bro, what research you got that says otherwise? Okay, no, man, no, that's not how you do this. But this is why I'm in front of these folks and you're not, because I would never take the angle. That's an embarrassing L right there. Or the white man lying. No, don't do that. That's an L. Don't take that angle. Just everything you ever heard, it just sometimes it's just too good. It's too good to be true, and you know it's a lie, and it's okay to like let it go. And I don't have a problem with that. I stick with truth. I try to stick with the absolute truth only, and not some shit that just feels good. So when Tariq was talking, when he was talking, that's some feel good shit. Okay. There's no information out there no credible information that can back it up. All right. So that's just it.
So what are you talking about?
Yeah, in the southern region. But here's the thing, Tariq. Multiple people built this country, and for you to just say slaves built it, white people, the Chinese, different European immigrants.
You're babbling. From where? What white people? From where? Because
let's talk about England.
They failed. English.
The Italian.
Failed.
Okay. Yeah. So Tariq is kind of like mixing apples and oranges. He said the English they failed. So now, Jeff said multiple people built the country, and he said the railroad tracks. So when he said yes, okay. So when he said railroad tracks, Jeff is giving you a time frame. So now about 1800s, right? So when Tariq said, no, the English people, they failed, Tariq is bringing you back to the 1500s. So like, they're like really missing each other because Tariq is dealing with the 1500s right now. And because Tariq is referring to the early European settlers in this country. And they did fail. But Jeff is talking about the railroads, the Chinese and railroads, which is like around 1800s. So they're like 300 years apart from each other debating. So, you know, they got to get on the same time frame. Right now, they're like, this ain't gonna make sense. So Nate Turner said, well, how did the U.S. government get rich? Tell me, and I'm done with it. Please tell me that. Well, the U.S. brother, it depends what year you're talking about. Because Tariq said 1500s. There's no U.S. government in 1500s. So now, Nate, I don't even know if the U.S. government was funding these folks. That could have been Great Britain funding these folks, okay? But the U.S. government, yeah, so that could be Great Britain. But again, these are good questions, but good questions don't mean your answer is right. Good questions deserve an answer, right? So that's something we got to look into.
I like that this is too.
And I'm gonna look into it tonight because those are, you guys are asking good questions, and you see me researching these questions on the fly because I don't think your questions are bad. I think they're good.
Okay, we're gonna stop. The English failed multiple times before black people came in the picture. In Roanoke, they failed when they tried.
So Tariq is right, but now he's talking about the 1500s, and I don't think Jeff is talking that early. I think Jeff is in the 1800s, and so this is Tariq's fault because they were talking about the railroad tracks, and Tariq went to 300 years earlier. That's not how you have these conversations. That's not good. You want to stay on topic, stay in context, but he's talking about the 1500s. I hope Jeff ain't falling for this.
Tried to do it themselves. They failed in the Virginia colony when they tried to do it themselves. They starved and damn near ate each other to death. They ate each other, dude. Don't stop with the bullshit history.
Well,
we know history.
Okay, but that wasn't Jeff's original point. Jeff's original point was FBAs did not build it by themselves, like to reclaim, which we did. All right. So that was his point. So Europeans failing, that was never the argument. That was never in question. Europeans, yeah, they did fail, and that's why they went and got us, Native Americans, and they hired indentured servants from the UK.
Here.
They were already exporting. They were already exporting tobacco.
They weren't doing shit. No, they were over here failing and
starving. Go look up the first.
Oh no! Same day, my channel will be deleted. You cannot play somebody live. You will be deleted on the same day. I will be deleted tonight. This channel will be deleted and it'll never recover. If I play somebody live while they live, brother. First of all, this channel will never play somebody else's video without me commenting, right? Because I was just suspended for 20 days, and that's it. I can't take not on this channel, but on the other channel. First of all, I would never play somebody video live, but on my other channel, FBA Defensive Unit, FBA Second Defense Unit, I will take more chances on that video, but I will never play a live. Like you're begging to be deleted. If you play a live, you're begging to be deleted. Okay, now there's nothing wrong with the live being over and I play it afterwards. I can do that. Once it's over, I can play it afterwards. But if you want to be deleted from YouTube, play a live and you're done. Like that is the ultimate disrespect for a content creator. Is to play somebody live while they're live. like a dual live. You will be banned from YouTube for sure. Your account will be done. So, but like I said, I got no problem playing it afterwards, which probably won't be tonight. I can feel my eyes getting a little heavy. He asked a rhetorical question, bro, but it was slavery. Donnie Williams laughing. Yeah. So, you know, we just want to be honest. And, you know, I'm telling you, it looks easy while we're just talking and having fun with the family. But when you're in front of these Nick Fuenteses and these racists, I mean, that's racist. You're in front of these racists, and they got these, and you realize, oh, shit, real, the arguments probably gonna hold up.
Successful cultivation. It's by a white man.
There was no success. There was no. What year are you talking?
You're talking around 1612. They started exporting around.
Damn lie.
Okay. That's a donut. That's a cookie. So at this point, I don't know Jeff's total argument right now, but so far I think he's wrong. Okay. I think he's not representing history, but let me just play and hear him out.
They were not successful.
You can go on Google.
They were not successful. That was the starving time. 1612 was that was.
Yeah. So I think Tariq got him right here. Yes. That's ants. That's nasty ants. Yeah, that's a cookie. They nasty ants eat the cookie.
Eat the donut.
Yeah, he said donut. Yeah, so right here, Tariq got him. Right here. I believe Tariq got him.
No,
starving time over there.
The starving time was 1609 to 1610.
Tariq said 1612. This guy said 1610. Dude, will you stop? Now that's semantics. You know, like stop, bro.
So that was all of that was the starving time. You thought they came out of the starving time and they started.
Well, here's the reality. A slave only does
starving. The
okay.
reality.
So you see, Jeff ran from that. So when Tariq called him out and busted his chops, Jeff gonna run to here's the reality. So he's gonna change the topic because he knew he lied and he got caught. That's a burger. Yes, I love burgers. So here at this point, Jeff got caught lying. Tariq caught him. Jeff knew it. So now Jeff want to change the topic. So this is when Tariq got to have those debating skills and don't let nobody change the topic. No, let's go back. Let's go back. See, I don't let you change topics. You say some bullshit, you got to concede that point. But we ain't moving on. We're going to stay here on your bullshit lie. And you got to concede it. So Commando said, Google keep tampering with Tariq subs. He's supposed to. Yeah, no. Commando, I'm with you 1,000. YouTube and Google is shadow banning I have zero proof, but I know it to be true.
Daddy.
Yes.
It's a picture.
That's good. Google and YouTube are shadow banning the hell out of Tariq Nasheed. That's 100% true. This guy gets $1 million in like 24 hours. They from supporters, and you're telling all of his movies and CDs go damn near Grammy, but you telling me he only got 200,000 followers? Like stop. Everything he does is like sold out and just a landmark for success. You telling me this guy does rallies, sold out, large numbers. You telling me he only got 240,000 subscribers? We know that's fake, false, and bullshit. Like you said, around 2 million, if not more. There's no way. It's just impossible with all of the influence this guy got to only have 240,000. Like that's even giving him more credit. You're telling me he only got 240,000 followers, but he can cancel people like Fat Joe. Like, stop, man. Yes, how old are you? I'm 3. Yeah, you're right. Fat Joe got like gazillion followers and shit, and Tariq got 240,000. But Tariq is able to cancel Fat Joe. Like, come on. Tariq got Roland Martin, who got gazillion followers. All these big dogs is calling him out, who's supposed to have no followers basically compared to them. Therefore, he's irrelevant. But everybody's talking about Tariq Nasheed. So I agree 100,000%, 1,000,000%, a gazillion percent. He's definitely targeted by Lyra Cohen, who runs YouTube, and everybody else involved. Definitely shadow banning, limiting his influence on these platforms. That's why it's important. That's why he goes on Clubhouse. But I would like it if Tariq opened up a Rumble account and brought his followers to Rumble. I think that'd be the best thing, because Rumble is a direct competitor to YouTube, and Rumble will be more honest because they're looking to replace YouTube, so they don't mind being less racist. They don't mind being less racist for now, until they can be like a real competitor with YouTube, and then they'll be all out werewolf. But that's true. There's no way this guy got all the influence, all the shit he's able to do. There's no way he got only 200,000 subscribers. That's just false. And Google. Oh yeah. So let me play the video.
Slave only does what his master says. You didn't organize the society. You didn't handle the business side. You didn't organize this country.
They used our talent, and we had the talent.
They used.
So what Jeff said right there just makes no sense. It's like, dude, we don't care who orchestrated. That was never the argument. The argument was Tariq said Foundation of Black Americans built the country. He didn't say Black Americans, we organized the building of, we were the architects. He didn't say that. He simply said we were the labor force. That's all, and which is true. So for Jeff to do that, it's just off topic and disingenuous.
Multiple people's talent.
No, they did
not. Multiple people.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't, because there were.
So Jaquan, if you got a Rumble, look. Here's my Rumble. Subscribe to me. All right, this is it right here. So if anybody got a Rumble, this name is the same as my Clubhouse name. Okay, because I want to go on Clubhouse, and create a room. But I'm new, so it's kind of hard when you're new, because I don't have too many friends and things like that. So my name on, oh boy, look at this shit right. So my name on Rumble is the same on Clubhouse. So that's my name right there, FBA to defend. That's my name on Clubhouse and Rumble.
There was no multiple people.
Listen.
There was no multiple people.
Yes, there was.
Multiple people. No, there wasn't. You can't say
First of all, a lot of infrastructure wasn't even built in the time of slavery.
Stop. You're not going to babble. What multiple people were here in the 1600s besides the English, the Black people, and the red natives? Who else?
The English, the Polish,
the
Irish.
Didn't come over. They weren't over here yet. Stop.
Yeah, the Virginia Company sent skilled craftsmen.
The
Dutchmen
Polish were not over here yet.
Well, go look it up right now.
The Polish were
so you
not
don't know
over
what you're
here
talking
yet.
about. Multiple people built this country, not just slaves.
No, they did not. No, they didn't.
And a lot of infrastructure wasn't even built during slavery.
Stop it. It was foundational Black Americans. Y'all weren't building shit. You weren't building shit in Europe. Europe was a hellhole. So what are you talking about? You weren't building nothing. What were you building in Europe?
Yeah, so that's a good angle Tariq came with, because remember, Jeff said, yeah, you FBA's built something, but you were guided by your slave master. So Tariq could have said, wait a minute, so the guys who you're bragging about building America, but didn't they build it from their slave masters as well? And that would have got Jeff thinking. So he had a window of opportunity to get Jeff right there. to catch Jeff on his hypocrisy. He didn't do it.
Hello? Hop on. Turn your microphone on. Turn your microphone on. Jeff?
Yeah, you muted me.
Go ahead.
All right, you said we didn't build anything in Europe. Why don't you go look up the countries with the highest living standards? They're all European countries and a couple Asian.
We're talking about
so what are you talking about?
Stop. No, we're talking about.
You see, so Jeff is slick. So Tariq attempt to catch him, but Jeff is slick.
We built the most developed countries in the world.
No, don't you move the timeline up. I'm talking about in the 1600s, Europe was a hellhole. Y'all weren't building nothing over there. So what are you talking about?
England had the biggest navy. See, Terry, just listen to me 1 second, all right?
Stop it. You stop it. You're just babbling right now.
A lot of infrastructure wasn't even built during slavery. The skyscrapers were built after slavery. The highways were built after slavery. So you can't make a claim.
All right, so I don't know what Jeff is talking right now.
Claim that slaves built everything because it's not true.
We did. We built the foundation of this country, sir.
Did you see the argument? Tariq said we did. So Tariq believes we built everything, and that's going to be tough. So it's going to be tough for him, tough for you, and tough for anybody who believes that.
We built the foundation of this country. Yes,
you didn't establish this country. That was white men.
We built the foundation of this country, sir, from top to bottom.
You've been here since the beginning?
The white man held the whip. The white supremacists held the whip.
The average white man wasn't a slave master. So what are you talking about?
But the country was dominated by slavery, and it was sanctioned by the government and the military, sir. So everybody was complicit. Everybody in the dominant society was complicit in this.
Well, there was slavery on every continent. So why isn't everywhere rich? Why isn't every country rich?
We're talking about this country because every country didn't have foundational Black Americans, and we are the secret sauce of this country.
So
that's why
we are the
secret sauce of this country, and you know it.
So why couldn't you build Liberia when we gave you Liberia?
Because Liberia was a finesse. It was a trick bag that was something controlled and dominated by the white supremacists.
It's always an excuse.
It's always the white supremacists. It's always the white supremacists, sir.
When people come to this country, they don't come for you, Tariq.
We were not from
They don't come for your people. They come to work for companies and business.
You're not going to babble over me. Liberia.
Yeah, Jeff Wild.
It was not our homeland. So you're going to bring up Liberia. So you're just throwing the kitchen sink at the wall and trying to see what sticks. You're just throwing everything on the wall. You're throwing all of these white supremacist talking points. The reality is, you, as a suspected white supremacist, you have to thank foundational Black Americans for making a lane for you. Because if
I don't have to thank you for anything.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because you come from an immigrant class.
I don't work for you. Your people haven't provided me anything.
Yes, we have. If it weren't for us, you would still be somewhere. Yes, sir.
You don't do it.
If it weren't for us, you would be somewhere in Ireland eating a potato, pulling a leech out your ass. If it weren't for foundational Black Americans, stop it. Okay? Let's not play games, Jeff. You know, if it weren't for
Ireland has one of the highest GDPs per capita right now.
Ireland didn't get their shit together until the 90s.
It doesn't matter. They got it together. So when are you going to get it together?
Ireland didn't get its shit together until the 90s. Y'all were starving until the damn 90s. So stop it. Miss me with that. Jeff, you need to thank foundational Black Americans for giving you a lane to come over here and eat. Okay?
Why would I thank you? You didn't organize the society. You were you just listened to the master.
My people.
You did what the master said. You didn't organize this country.
My people did it. My people built it from scratch. Okay?
No, your people contributed just like everyone else did.
Just because the white supremacists colonized all of our greatness, that doesn't mean we're still not great. Okay? Y'all just colonized.
Everyone has greatness in them.
But you're not
the only one that built this country, and you need to recognize that.
You didn't build
Well, we
any.
have photos of us building things.
No, you
Why do we
did.
have photos of us building skyscrapers?
You have photos of suspected white supremacists getting off a boat on Ellis Island, eating off us. That's what you have pictures of, like your family. Y'all brought your broke asses to Ellis Island, got off a boat, and y'all started eating off the labor and the work of foundational Black Americans. That's what we have pictures of, sir. Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
We have pictures, we have photos, we have videos of us building things, but we never built nothing in this country, right?
Yeah. So you gotta mute them. Actually, muting is the most civilized way to get them to shut up, right? Because if you talk over them, you become a pissing contest. I don't go anywhere. And if you tell them to hold on and you start talking long to make it for your video, they're gonna chime in.
You got it. Everything was built by foundational Black Americans.
Everything wasn't built by foundational Black Americans.
Yes, it was.
Multiple people can.
Yeah. So that argument there, I was shy away from. We built everything that's like significant. Yeah, I disagree with that.
Contributed.
You didn't do it.
And for you to say everything is such a lie.
Jeff, what part of Ireland is your people from?
I'm not even Irish.
What are you, Jeff?
Don't worry about it. I'm foundational white.
Which is further proof you're too ashamed to even name what crap hole in Europe your family came from, sir. That further proves my point. You come from such an ain't shit lineage, you're too ashamed to even name it. I'm not. I am a foundational Black American. My lineage goes back to the swamps of North Carolina, and I'm proud of my people surviving the traumatic experiences they've survived. Me and my people, we have resilience that is unmatched. I am not ashamed. I'm very proud of my people. Your musty ass.
And you contributed to building this country.
You're ashamed of your failed European ancestry because y'all had to flee that crap hole over there, eating sauerkraut and boogers, and get on a boat and come over here and eat off us, and you're too ashamed to even acknowledge the hellhole you came from, which proves my point, Jeff. Go ahead. Last words for Jeff.
Multiple people contributed to building this country.
The same thing, and multiple people didn't do anything but flee. Multiple people.
If you built this country, build your community up.
People fled just like your ass. Y'all fled.
All right, so Jeff, he's making mistakes in the debate, but that's what it is.
You came over here. You didn't build anything, so you're repeating the same lie. Don't make it true, Jeff. So since you've run out of material, I bid you farewell. Let me get some more people here. You didn't build nothing. You built a boat to get your ass out of that flea bag you were living in over there in Europe, sir. That's what you built.
Yeah, so it's a little half truth of truth going on right here.
To get the hell on and come eat off us. All right, let me see who we got in here.
All right, so that was it on Jeff, right? So, that was an interesting dialogue, and which put me on my research. I said, okay, because I know a little bit about Margaret Sanger and, people involved directly, but I didn't know about people who were indirectly involved, who are big names because they were involved. So anyway, well, you heard both sides now. Okay, so that was it for Jeff. Tariq. Yeah, that was it for Jeff. So I need to make a thumbnail. This is a very small debate, as you guys can see. So tomorrow I might play that first. But 12:46, my cutoff time, which I hate, because I like to try to be in bed by 11, but 11:30 is like late to me. But it's 12:46. So I had a lot of shit to go into tonight. But I'll just switch it for the morning. All right. So FBA guy just finishing watching Tariq. Yeah. So he told me he was on late. Yeah. So Tariq got hella content, bro. He got hella content. I love it because you always got something to watch. Something at 3 o'clock, something at 11 a.m., something at 6 p.m. He got hella content. He keeps it busy, so that's very brilliant, smart of his. I'm a go live. I might go live tomorrow. I'm gonna pick up on some of the talking points that were not FBA directly. But I don't mind talking about some of it. All right, so anyway, we're gonna end this line tonight. It's time for me to hit the sack. Hit the bed. Get back. Yeah. That now I'm definitely on it. I'm definitely, because again, I got so much stuff. And remember, I gotta do the replaceable thing. So FBA guys, matter of fact, let me put this link in the chat. So this is for FBA guys. FBA guys, I was supposed to do it this morning. I didn't get a chance to. FBA guys, I need you to subscribe to my backup channel. Cause most likely I'm going. Oh damn! Oh no. Okay, so most likely, so FBA guys, if you could just kindly click this link and subscribe to my backup channel, that would be greatly appreciated. And the reason why I say my backup channel is because, oh, you did? Okay, great, thank you. Because this channel got flagged for 20 days of a 20-day suspension. So now I'm like very careful and cautious what I say on this channel, what is. So I'm like, I'm good. But I gotta do the replaceable video. Now I had it in my to-do today. Okay. But I thought I would be able to go live 2 a.m., 3 a.m. in the morning. That ain't gonna happen because I'm already tired. This crap is over. Okay, so tomorrow, now I did wake up. Now I know I promised y'all to go live 5 a.m. This morning, and I did wake up on task. I did wake up 4 o'clock a.m. I just went back to sleep. I woke up, I watched some YouTube, and I went back to sleep. Now I could have just stayed and went live, but I did wake up on time though. All right, so okay, I'll see the link again. Hold on. Because the replacement, what I'm gonna do is gonna be iconic. And I figure out how to do it same day, Donnie. I'm gonna do it on mute because most of the video is captioned anyway. So because a lot of the audio and music is like copyrighted, so that's like causing me issues. So I'm gonna play it tomorrow. Again, it's captioned anyway. The whole video is captioned. It's got music behind. I'm gonna mute it so the music's not playing, and just the caption is visible. So therefore, okay, thanks, FBI guy. Thank you very much. So therefore, I won't be penalized, flagged for the music being copyrighted. Right. So, as a whole, yeah. So, a matter of fact, I'm gonna check out Tariq's live right now as I go to bed. So that's something I'm gonna watch before I go to bed. Again, FBA guys, trust me, man. I'm in these tethers inboxes. I'm in their comment section, their videos, all the diaspora war videos. These tethers are afraid of a real challenge, man. Hundreds. I communicate with hundreds of tethers. I'm in it. I'm replying. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. And these folks refuse to have a dialogue with an FBA. They'll talk about us, they'll make us the subject in their video, but they will not talk to us directly. They are afraid of what we got to say, man. It's embarrassing for them. Okay. All right. Okay, so that's pretty much it tonight. All right, man. FBA guys, same day parlay, everybody. Man, have a great night. And I'll see you guys tomorrow in the early morning. Let's get it. Oh yeah, I'm trying to get. I was on the way to work when he was getting off on that Jamaican. You had that brother. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, listen, man. They know because I'm not going to troll. I'm not going to joke. I'm not giving these guys any excuses. I am straight up with the facts and the history. You got no excuses to get off my shit. You click my link and talk to me. It's like a contract. I'm not giving you no excuses to hop off. I'm not going to overtalk you. I'm not going to, belittle you. No name calling. I'm just going to cook. Okay, and make a name off you. That's all I care to do. Oh yeah. They the word tether to tethers is like kryptonite. Like they hate to be called tethers, and they always misrepresent the definition. Tethers for some reason can't define tether correctly. It's like, yo, what the hell are you guys missing? It's a real simple definition. They all misrepresent the definition of tether. It's like, yo, y'all all can't be this retarded. All right. Anyway, I'm out. Peace. FBA guys, same day parlay to everybody else that's watching. I appreciate you all. Pull up tomorrow. I'm go in, of course, and I'm always trying. Believe me, my family, my lineage. I'm always trying to get a tether or white supremacist or an African Pan-Africanist. I'm always trying to get a Pan-Africanist. I'm always trying to get a white supremacist, and I'm always trying to get a tether on here every day. Every day, I'm in their mention, but they're just cowards, man. They hate a real challenge. They'll debate some streetwalkers, but somebody who's prepared to have this dialogue, nah.